There once was a man on Pi-Fi stream, his name was John Wilkes Booth, you see. The comments came in, but the names weren't green, now watch the Cornichons grow. Soon may the gifting man come to bring Cornichon subs brined in rum. One day when the streaming is done, we'll unsub and watch and go.
Oh shit. Sorry, I was messing around with my charts. I didn't realize it was 9:30. Ding ding. How's everyone doing? Hmm. How do you like the JPY action? It's pretty awesome. Good morning. Now Fubo MOASS. We can take a look at it. Give me a second here. Broke 50. That's a good sign. Maybe. What the fuck is? Oh Jesus! I had to deal with like a Windows update this morning, so it reset all my charts. Give me a minute. Let's see, IWN. I'm just going so slow. Okay, not a lot of covering, but Russell's still ripping, so. I kind of want to short this hop of this like an asshole. Really bad. What would that go to? 15? Cheap. Not so cheap. We should wait. What's up with the price of SPX puts? Well, ask the market maker. They're quite expensive. Hey, Jorg. Good morning. Huh. Well, so we have that. Ridiculous. All right. Beyond's moving up a little bit. Like 47.15. Everything's lagging like crazy right now. Target the gap fill. Can you comment anything about the amount of charm falling off tomorrow? The cat seems to think it doesn't matter now on Discord this morning. I mean, it may not if supportive positions come in. Although it's going to be really hard to find 50 billion in Delta here. At least at a reasonable price. Top tips. Top's just going. Give me a second. I do not have that right now. One sec. I gotta... Fucking massively overpriced puts. Jesus Christ. There's gotta be some profit taking here, right? Alright. Top FNDA PRFC. There's some covering going on top. A little bit. Shit. If that'll continue, though. I wouldn't say that there's enough covering yet to confirm anything's going to happen here, but there is a little bit of covering. Volume's pretty light. 500,000. Beyond kind of looks far more compelling because it's about to break DN. DN and Beyond is at 1142 now, with GN at 1095. Gamma moved a little bit positive. So that's gamma neutral right there. 1142. Looks like profit taking and some put buying. Not a lot of put buying, but a lot of profit taking. 800,000 delta so far. Hmm. Gamma Max on Beyond for today is at inched up a little, 1344. SPX got a call wall at 47.25 to the downside, which it bounced off of here. But profit taking seems pretty persistent on the upside calls. Those are kind of reducing. It looks like out of the money calls are taking a lot of profits too, all the way up to 4,700. SPX is just going to keep going, huh? Well, it doesn't have a lot more range, I don't think. I mean, Gamma Max is kind of it, right? Well, should be. Well, yen has been falling, or USD JPY has been falling precipitously since JPEG's speech. That in and of itself could cause a credit crisis, just due to the amount of leverage. Dollar falling obviously isn't good. We can get a short squeeze in treasuries, or we may already be short squeezing treasuries. Uh, the 10-year fell below 4% last night. If the dollar falls far enough, that's going to push oil up. Oil's inflationary, so that can create problems too, especially if everybody piles into bonds right now and then credit spreads widen again, right? And we see bonds move back up. All those people will be right back underwater. No, Beyond's below gamma neutral. Well, it's at gamma neutral right now. Not enough put positioning built up yet. Fucking Christ. Still looks like it might fail. Second top. 35.40. So almost no call interest open at 50. Net. Top's kind of falling off. So Beyond shouldn't have a lot of forced covering today. I think it's only like 70,000 shares. However, it's been pretty resilient so far. Let me check something. Can you check Gamma Max for SoFi? Yeah, I could. I don't think it matters. It doesn't really test Gamma Max very often. But Gamma Max is at 1250. I don't. I think it's only ever tested it once, and that was back in June. It's it's quite a ways away from there now. I would actually be more worried about 922 as a resistance. Fucking seriously. 25 or 30. bounce there. See if this starts to bleed off a little. Holy ridiculous shit, man. This is the most overextended the market's been since, yeah, like June. Even in June, it wasn't this bad, actually. Remember when we bounced in August? That's what this is like. Like when we bounced at the end of August. Except way more. Let's give him max on SPX. 47.56. Shouldn't TLT be inverse SPX? Well, you know. Yeah. But that's not the world we live in anymore. This is the new world. Bonds up, SPX up. Equities and bonds in harmony. There's no way. So theoretically, SPX should be unable to cross gamma max. Like that should be it, right? The market maker stops hedging gamma at that point. I guess you could keep buying tons of delta at the money, but that'd be very expensive. UK and EU interest rate is expected, so no impact on the market. No, there shouldn't be much. Lagarde was pretty firm in her "we're not even considering rate cuts" statement, though. Gherk, hold my port. More JPY dumpies? I hope so. I would very much like to see USD JPY return to like 113. If it so happens to squeeze a lot of yen shorts on the way, perfect. Would you say that cat is hitting the top of its resistance, or would you say that shorting anything right now is a bad idea? I mean, shorting anything right now could be very profitable, but it could also be very dangerous. Yeah, cat ran pretty hard overnight and gapped up, along with everything else, right? But cat has resistance at 80. That might be something to consider. IV's turning up pretty quick here. That's cool. Oh, buy these fucking options. 250. Oh. Right, call selling's kind of flattening out a little bit here. Still support at 47.25. I'm not sure how important defending the gap is, but almost all the call interest below the gap is selling off. With downside resistance at 25, 20, 10, and 5. 4700's almost taken all of its profits now. It's going to be really, really hard to hold up here with the MM basically not hedging anything. Tesla's up like 2.2%. Fucking retesting that like $46 level almost. Well, 45. Just the same like upside range it was at the other day before it broke the trend. Hmm. The dollar collapsing is good for inflation, right? Amazing for inflation. Yeah. Nothing makes things cheaper like a worthless currency. Is Upstart finna bust? Upstart's mm, Upstart's about 10% above Gamma Max already. Is it gonna start squeezing? I don't know. That's kind of the only option left to it at this point. It's a risky bet, but you could take it if you want to. I'm sure options are super overpriced. Why was JPAS so dovish? I don't know. Maybe he was worried about bonds. It was weird. I'm not gonna lie. I don't see any reason in the data to support the level of dovish he was. But it's okay. He'll reignite inflation, right? And then we'll be right back to where we were in like fucking March of 22. Where he's like, oh, by the way, inflation's back up again. We thought it was transitory. What are your current thoughts on vol? How likely is it that we see a significant increase, in your opinion? I think we could see some increase over the next couple of days, depending on how the expirations shake out. Should I be full porting into Thai bot fund from my retirement? Um, diversification is key, popcorn trader. I heard Michael Pachter hangs in chat. Hi, Mike. I don't like Wedbush. Jimmy's going up. I'm scared. Someone hold me. Well, you'll be alright. Did Jamie Dimon get to him? I don't think so. But he wasn't as dovish as the market interpreted. Well, you have to do Fed Fund Futures math, right? So you price in 4.5 rate cuts. Fed says, nah, we're going to do 3. 6 rate cuts. Now, as common people, I'm sure you don't understand the complex math behind this. But I can assure you that it's legitimate. So fucking stupid. The US media wouldn't lie to us, right? No, never. They're our friends. Let's see how RSP is doing this morning. RSP up another 150 BPS. Dow up 30. Russell 270. VIX futures are moving up. VIX not so much. Still more call selling going on. This might take a while for even remotely enough calls to sell off. A lower high would be cool. Let's see how futures look. Stupid shit. Okay, we're at 47.35. Yes. I guess 47.86. I should really roll my contract forward. But I don't want to. It's the same shit. It doesn't really matter. QQQ legged up. So did Russell. Next important resistance on USD JPY is going to be well, if once we break 144.65 or 141.65, 138.58, 138.10, 138.10. Two years at 2.371, 10 years at 3.96. Kind of like a Head and Shoulders. Maybe we start to get a breakdown in like the next 5 minutes or so. Everything's priced in always. Hard landing, priced in. Soft landing, priced in. No landing, priced in. Just believe it. Makes sense. Yeah. The markets just aren't that efficient, though. IWM tapped 200. Does that count as breaking the quad topper? Or was that the tap for downs? IWM's very much overextended, if that's your question. Mm, 20204, I guess, would be. Where you'd want to look there. Uh-uh. It's got to be nearing a top. I wonder if I should short it. I think we could go higher. Why not? I mean, mechanically difficult. What's GME Gamma Max? It's like 19 something, I think. Yeah, 19. SLD ends on Monday. What's GME Gamma? So it was a space shuttle, and we figured out how to fake I just took 130% profit on my Beyond 1222 Cs. I want to enter Jans. Is an entry for 15 Cs possible next week, or has that ship sailed? I don't think that ship sailed. How much are 15s for next week? I mean, I don't think there's any fucking liquidity on the $15 strike next week. Yeah, there's not much. But they're pretty cheap. Yeah, it's not too bad. Like 13 cents. Did JPY just break resistance? It broke it earlier. I'll see if it broke it again. 1 second. Yeah, it looks like it did. Just a little, just a smidge. VIX gapping up. I see that. It's kind of exciting. VIX is broken as fuck. Well, maybe. What source do you use to see central bank liquidity? I've heard anecdotally the Fed has been injecting since November. Could this indicate the Fed has something breaking under the surface? It does. Bank collateral. Bank collateral's fucked. It's been fucked since March. You really think our banks are strong and resilient? UGI had a nice bounce back, just like you said, Pickle. It's been doing pretty well. I'm glad I went with that and not just direct nat gas exposure. Do you think uranium will come down a little or just higher from now on? I don't see any reason for it to come down. It's not like any new supply is going to appear, but the demand is going to remain persistent. It could take a lot more time to become more expensive than it is now, but I expect over the next like 3 to 5 years it'll kind of just keep going up. Maybe if like the war in Ukraine ends, that could moderate price a little bit. Strong, resilient, and well capitalized. No, I've never said well capitalized. That's not part of the. It's just strong and resilient. And it's not the banks, it's the banking system that's strong and resilient. Bank collateral going up with this squeeze, though, right? I mean, their equity holdings are. Depending on how much money they had to deploy to bonds, but I mean, their other shit's still way underwater. They're still sitting on like mountains of fucking treasuries at 2%. I sent you a DM with my year-to-date chart. It's amazing how much I've learned this year. You're the man, and I'm in a much better financial situation since joining here. Sorry for being annoying sometimes. You've never been that annoying, Potato Tom. Dude, congratulations, man. That's fucking awesome. Well done. Keep it up. You're doing something right. I can tell you that much. Now that you mention it, did JPOW actually mention that banks were strong and resilient in his last speech? No. Sound and resilient. It's true. Would you use copper as a measure for recession inflation theme? No, I don't think so. You, you could, but I wouldn't. I think there's plenty of copper. If anything, I think copper would be a sign, like copper demand going up would maybe be a sign that conditions are improving. Especially given the industries where that demand is created the most. You add to your yen position. I mean, I'm already long as fuck yen futures, so no, not a lot. Gamma max on GME's at 19. Think about selling some in the money GME CCs here. Any reason why I shouldn't? I don't know. You care about your GME shares and you don't want them to get assigned. You hear about copper deficit? No. Feel free, Sisyphus, resident commodities buyer. Wait, I don't recall JPOW mentioning any comments regarding the bank sector yesterday. Did I miss something? I don't think he was asked anything about the banking sector yesterday. No one cares anymore. I don't want to be assigned, but I want to lower my cost basis. What's it at right now? 1750? I don't know. Like if pressure in mid caps dries up, it's gonna fail, right? There's no covering going on. So all of the price improvement right now is just index supported. And you know, there's some like speculative options interest, but not a ton. So it's up to you. I will say that if it goes 10% above Gamma Max here, I'm selling the rest of my shares. Or well, maybe I'll just sell like $10 cover calls. I wonder if I could get away with it. I haven't blown up a port since NVIDIA 180p's. I'm getting antsy. Bear Cope, you didn't say banks are strong. What a ridiculous thing to get hung up on. No one asked him about banks at all. Everyone was busy trying to buy bonds on their cell phone. They didn't really care about questions. When do we slip 47.25? I don't know. There's quite a lot of support there. I hope we do, just because they're selling all the other fucking calls. But yeah, 47.25 is kind of holding up. Getting a lot of out of the money call selling. And 47.05 is starting to sell off now a little bit. So yeah, that kind of like 4700 defensive positioning that was there earlier is breaking down a little. I wouldn't say put interest is increasing very much though. So nothing really pushing down on price. Besides call selling. Why is yen moving with SPX? Probably more than it's moving with the dollar, right? Dollar under 102, by the way. Amex exchange symbols A through F not trading due to technical error. Cool. Can Tup squeeze the shorts now? I don't know. If everybody with $2 calls takes profit right now, no. Can we expect strong beyond shorting today? Well, okay. I don't think strong beyond shorting is a thing that exists. But you can expect them to try to keep it under gamma neutral because they don't want to get squeezed out. Do they short Fubo back down, you think? I don't know. tested 380, which is a little lower than I would have expected. 366 now. See if it falls back under 350. It's not really getting more liquid. So I would say that they're still trying to short the breakout. But it did reject back under the trend after testing the upside. Liquidity is kind of expanding on IWM. It's still really short. Yeah, I think the performance there is going to be pretty strongly linked to how well Russell does. Oh, boop. What's this? Huh. Resulted in 0 OI change. Interesting. Maybe just shorting to capture delta or stop a breakout. What time was it at? Oh, interesting. That's weird. Yeah. Maybe they're getting synthetic shorts. Gamma neutral is the orange line. 1095. So you think we'll likely see markets drift sideways till something breaks or next bad CPI prints? I mean, I think markets should pull back because otherwise all of this upside is, you know, it's not very sustainable over a long period of time. It requires like just to keep the price up here requires almost constant buying, right? Like the fucking MM isn't even hedging anymore. Upstart holy rug pull. Yeah, that's why I don't play it. Youch. Yeah, just $3 gone. Yeah, look at the downside from like when it short squeezed. That happened really fast. So there's another side of that illiquidity coin. Like before Upstart went from what the fuck was it? It was like $70 to $32 in 2 days, 3 days. They do not want beyond above GN. No, they don't. Ooh, hey, there we go. Now we're starting to actually get a little bit of a breakdown here. Fill the gap. That's all I want. I just want the gap to fill. I don't think I'm being greedy. How support at 20? See, 20 is not very strong. I've already slipped the 25. Still a lot of call selling going on. A little defense of the gap here. A little bit of put selling. Tiny bit of call buying. So they're probably going to buy the 25 and the 20. Can they stop the momentum, though? No. Get fucked, nerds. Ha! That's what I like to see. They failed to fill the gap. Like If this loses 20, yeah, if it loses 20, we can 10 or 5 maybe. So like there, or fill the gap. What's the put interest? Not bad at 10. Not great, but not terrible. Hmm. Fucking seriously. If I have long dated FXY calls, do you recommend holding them? It's up to you. I personally think that yen is going to go up quite a lot more. I think we've barely scratched the surface of how hard yen is going to run over the next 3 to 6 months, but maybe you don't agree with that. And so do what's best for you. Back to 30, not enough momentum down. No, we actually have good momentum. There's just, they're trying to push back against the gap fill. I'll take those FXY calls off your hands. My FXY shit's like a very tiny portion of my total yen exposure. You sure you wouldn't want my yen futures? They're worth way more. On my way to the BBYQ meetup, stocks to the moon. Oh god, turd. No, you're not. Wait, are you? Did you get a free ticket? Are you gonna pants Pulte? Nah, man, I don't like making money. When actual red day? Huh. It's a good question. Yeah. So we could fill that gap. There's a little bit of put buying at 20. because people are asking me how to manage their positions. I'm not going to tell them, Maze. Did oil bottom? Uh, well, if dollar keeps dropping, it'll probably keep going up. I think there's another OPEC meeting coming up soon, too. They're definitely not happy about $69 a barrel oil. What happens if we fill the gap, bounce off 4,700, or continue down? I would say that the defensive positioning to the downside is far weaker than the positioning where we're currently at. So the potential to continue down would be greater, but like 4705 is still pretty well defended. There's more puts to the downside. Like 4710, 4705, 4700 all have significantly more puts than there are in this range. Although some are building up here. It's pretty slow. Siri borrow rate up on WeBull again. 12.11. My 1,600 shares got 63 cents. On 12.12, 76 cents. Today, $1.13. Just signifying growing illiquidity. Yeah. The share lending on it's pretty awesome. Oil back to 65 or 80 fast. I feel like oil's gonna like go to 60 or 150. I don't feel like there's a lot of in between on it anymore. Like either China demand picks up or it's not going to pick up for another 2 years. Where does Beyond need to land this week to nullify an OPEX run? I feel like it's already in a pretty good spot. KBY up 6%. Yes, I'm very well aware. Even if test 4707, wouldn't there just be profit taking, then bounce back to 4720? That's possible. Yeah. Well, not a lot of puts go in the money going down to 4707. A lot more puts would go in the money if we went under 4700. Like if we went under 4700, I could see a capitulation bounce taking us back to like 4715 ish. But we're not quite there yet. I filled my bathtub with gasoline. Smart. For real, Fidelity wouldn't let me participate in their share lending unless I had $250,000 with them. Really? That's weird. Carvana up 1,000% year to date. Why no PP? Is it really? It's absurd. I mean, it's been a Pickles pick before. I was just shorting it. I wonder how fast Carvana back to 30. Interesting. Ew. What's going on here, Dork? That's disgusting. If Beyond stayed here until OPEX, I'd be very happy, but she wants to rip above 11 now. Maybe. I don't know. There's very little force covering today. I think they'll try to avoid allowing it to stay above gamma neutral. Do you have a PT on KBY? I've been looking at her for a minute. No, not really. I just kind of wanted to buy more. Do you think Tesla could be a good short soon? Does Tesla gets daily downward trend again? You can try. So you can try to play the range from here at like 47 down to the trend line at like 240. And then if it breaks the trend, you can hang on until 230. I'd be careful with it though. It's kind of having a pretty good day. It may get back to like 250 here. It's also Friday tomorrow, so you're gonna get a lot of like 0 DTE pump. One and 0 DTE pump because fucking Tesla bulls. Post OPEX be a good time to short Carvana. Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to look at a lot more stuff on it to see if it's worthwhile. Did you pull your jam $3 Fubo CCs back or letting them ride? I pulled them back. I still have some 350s out right now that might just get assigned. I haven't, but that sounds terrible, Dork. How much Vega risk is between us and 4,600? A decent amount. There's quite a bit at like 4,650 and 4,700. Attention, all 4725 calls holders. Please leave immediately. This is not a drill. This is kind of fucking stupid. Microsoft's down 1.6, Meta 1.3, Visa's down, Amazon down, Google's down 100 BPS. What's Apple doing? Apple's up, of course. Apple, Tesla. Nvidia's flat. Ooh. Should I play the downside on Nvidia? Nvidia looks like shit. Hold on. Hmm. We're gonna fucking sit here all day, aren't we? I'm doing alright, bag holder. How you doing, man? Beyond MOASS up 12 cents. I saw. I was here for it. Is Gandalf defending this gap? Yeah. How's QQQ looking? A little bit weaker. And QQQ looks far more ready to break down from its peak than ES does right now. ES is still really fighting for every fucking inch. I'm still so conflicted at the dollar dying and Zom rocketing. Just kidding. Zom 130. I really thought call profit taking would have rugged this by now. They've been taking profits pretty consistently throughout the whole day. It's slowed down a little bit now, but how high can Jimmy go over the next month or so? I mean, if indexes pull back, it's just gonna fail. There's plenty of short liquidity. No one's really actively shorting it right now, but there's plenty of liquidity to short it if they so choose. Calling a guy bag holder his face is pretty rude. It's literally his name. How high could Jimmy go over the next month? Sounds like my ex-wife. Tesla's rocketing. Well, I did it. I bit the bullet and sold $16 cover calls for mid-Jan. I really don't care if I get assigned. I'll lose Billy, but it's time to stop worrying about GME. Next opportunity. Would you consider selling them deeper in the money if you were going to do that? That way you capture more of the current upside? Or no? That's okay. I don't like money either. Fuck that shit. You know what this looks like? Another excellent opportunity for a diamond top. The break straight fucking the break straight fucking up. It does look like a good opportunity for the market to stagnate at 4,700 for 2 weeks and then break up. Is this an ascending channel and a descending wedge? Yeah. And an ascending channel. It's a breakdown into a bear flag, which is now breaking down. I also go by Retod Dead, but too lazy to change my name here. Fair enough. Do you think Fubo has any more room up? I think it'll depend largely on Russell. Like the fact that they're trying really hard not to cover anything on Fubo means that they're really not, like, vol short's not ready to give up their positioning. They're just getting pressured by the index. And we breaks 47.20. Would 47.18 be a good confirmation, or is 47.15 better? A breakdown of 15 is far more important because there's a lot more puts at 47.10, and the concentration of interest shifts at that point kind of down to like 47.05, and so, you know, price will be drawn back to 47.05 more likely than it'll be drawn back to the upside here. Hmm. This is the slowest fucking breakdown in momentum ever. I feel like this all fucking day. Just kind of drifting without the infinibid. Yeah. It's really not advantageous to sell puts here. Or buy calls, or sell calls, or buy puts. For the past cycles, you've advised against selling GME-CCs before OPEX. Considering we have an upcoming OPEX and T+2 for yesterday, today, upcoming, it's still advisable to sell. Still advisable to sell deep in the money CCs. I mean, it's better to sell them above or at gamma max than it is below. But it's up to you. Jimmy is very liquid. I don't think it's going to have an OPEX. It might, but if it does, it'll be pretty small. There's not a lot of covering that needs to be done. Most of the covering that needed to be done was done already before earnings. Didn't sell my calls because I thought we would test 30. Might be stuck with this bag. Yeah, you might be. Are we stuck in purgatory? I think so. Yeah. This is actually awful. Is this the real neutral? I mean, yeah. Gap fill incoming? I wish. I wish it would gap fill. Is this because we sin too much? Possibly. Yeah. It's clear the market hates cardio. SPX has been taking the elevator up and the stairs down. I think everyone's just trying to extract as much profit as feasibly possible before giving up any ground to let this fall. It's flat. Also flat. Maybe we get it. I don't know if we get a full gap fill, but we might slip down to 47.15 like 2.5 hours from now. So that'll be cool. Yes, look like it's breaking down at all. ES is still just fighting for 47.20. 47.75, I guess. Well, I need to roll that. How do I fucking get all my shit to move over? Just click it. That didn't work. It kind of worked. Where's my sweet, sweet code? God damn it. Dork, I lost my cool RVol indicator I built. Did you ever find that dev support that you added everyone on Discord last night? Yeah, there's a few people interested. We've got to do some, I don't know, like interviews. Gee, I wonder how that happened. I don't know, actually. Don't scowl at me. I have it written down somewhere else. Maybe. I know the math. It's not like I can't do it again. I heard a certain somebody had their trading view reset. Yeah, Windows update when I was sleeping. I have none of the skills you require for the job, but I'm interested in being your assistant. Ooh. Okay. What can I do with that? I'll make a note. I had a buy for Oxy that didn't fill yesterday. Better wait now, or do you think it'll keep going up for a while? And if dollar keeps going down and oil keeps moving up, Oxy should do quite well. Didn't Berkshire just buy another 600 mil? No, Grim 2, I can't do that. I'm sorry. I have the front end and design skills, UX UI, but the rest, not so much. DM me anyway. I know, Nuke. I know. Yeah, just DM me. We're gonna do some I don't know, some interviews over the next couple weeks, so we'll see. That was a Taken joke? Yes. You mind telling me that this is the top and it's safe to short? I would never tell you such a thing. I know you too well. I would try to save you from yourself. If he asks you to create an app, just let him know. No, you can't interview Rims and Tims. You have none of the skills I require. I'm a product manager for some UX UI stuff, but I don't want to show how regarded I am. I prefer to ask dumb questions from behind the internet. Smart. My skills include auditing financials, doing taxes, scheduling meetings, and watching the stream 90% of my working hours. Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I would probably have my assistant mostly do. How do you feel about fetching obscure food at different times of the day? Should you eat cake with a spoon or a fork? A fork? Why the fuck would you eat cake with a spoon? Well, unless it's ice cream cake. In which case, spoon. The guy's a project manager because he manages to make everything a project. I make a mean Keurig. Nope, nope, nope. Fired. That's not fair. Rims and Tim's cultivates potential partners for you. It seems useful. He's too vengeful though. I need somebody who doesn't hold grudges. There'll be a lot of them. I like to throw my hat in the ring. I don't know shit about fuck, but I make a mean Taco Bell chicken quesadilla. It's not data analysis. I put what's needed in the posts, like CSS, HTML, UX UI. I'm skilled at getting 8 hours of work done in 2 hours a day while trading. Got any job openings for my skill set? Job's a really strong word for what we require. It's more like an indentured servitude position that may lead to freedom one day. We already have a Dan. We don't need another Dan. It's true. I accept an interview, but only if it's one-on-one with Dr. Fresh. Don't ever call him that. Because no one else wants to. I'm too expensive, and I don't have anywhere close to the right skill set. Sounds like a good hire. Welcome aboard. I just did a Coursera bootcamp on CSS, HTML, and I got 100 out of 100 on the quiz. Look at you go. You're so ambitious. You can't use indentured servant anymore. It's unpaid internship. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. How far has his grudges gotten him? Are you number one on his hit list? Yes. Has he successfully lured you out of your centaur lair? No. You're safe. But I don't want him to know where my centaur lair is. I'll also assist in wasp removal and litter box cleaning. Ooh. See, those are useful skills. Why didn't you bring those up in the first part of the interview? Your definition of indentured servitude is the same as my definition of a job. Dork, they're buying the fucking tip again. Not even hard. They're not even buying it hard. I'm gonna try to push it up to fucking 40 because I just don't have the time to deal with this shit. What's NQ doing? Dude, NQ caught a bid. A little early. USD JPY 141.80. 10 years down, 8, 10, 10, 7 on the 5, 5 on the 2. Oh, fucking Christ. Why did the SJX have such a big disregard for your lines? Well, I mean, it's descending consolidation, so it's eventually going to break up. But if this is the extent of that breakup, that's kind of bearish moving forward. So breaking out and failing, awesome, awesome for the Bears. Breaking out and continuing up, terrible. I'll send you my resume. I'm available to start next week. Hired. I don't need to read it. Welcome aboard, Carl. I'll have Dork reach out to you with the appropriate paperwork. Nope, not gonna read it. Did your 12,000 C do anything funky yesterday during the rep? No. Although, I'm gonna be 100% honest, I wasn't watching it. I'll give it to his wife. Okay. Can you talk more about some of the cascading effects of the bond market squeezing? The most immediate is the dollar, right? Dollar valuation and oil. Um, Depending on how hard it squeezes, it's going to create, FOMO into bonds, which pulls liquidity out of indexes and equities. And we might be seeing some of the effects of that already today. Are bonds dropping because people buying the fuck out of them? Yes. It still owns RAD CQ. A reasonable qualification for this position? No, I don't think so. So my liquidity river has run dry. I dumped 700k into the house. Think spreads would be a better use of capital than single leg positions. Yeah, I mean if you need to build your port back up again, it's a much safer way. Although you do pretty well with scalping. Like your risk management's been solid in the past. You might be able to accelerate that a bit, but careful with your allocations. I feel like working with you, JFresh, and Jorik would do the same for my portfolio as being a congressman. You'd be surprised. Gherk breaking out and failing gives us a better chance of filling the gap. Yeah, provided this breakout actually fails. It started to a little bit, and then they bought the dip. They love buying the fucking dip. They really do. They'll just buy it and buy it and buy it forever until they lose all their money. Buying the same motherfucking dip. I hate bulls. Isn't there some type of motivation to include a female in this hiring event? No. Well, I mean, if that female has experience in the required fields, then cool. That would be cool. Are your new employees required to sub to Pigeon Whale? I haven't decided. My friends are FAs at Merrill and they're bullish as fuck. Why would you tell me that? That's just going to make me want to buy more puts. One of them said we're entering a 6 to 8 year bull run. Oh, wow. Are they the guys selling mortgages to strippers in this movie? Sounds like it. Except selling equities to pensioners. Bond short squeeze pumps puts pressure on the entity that's theoretically short treasuries and been pumping SPX like crazy. It's very possible, yeah. I mean, someone's using collateral, so there's there's going to be people that are using leverage from bonds, right? And then there's going to be other people that are using leverage from short bond positions, right? So borrowed and sold, and then they're leveraging the credit from the transaction. So half of those people get fucked really hard. The other half do the fucking. The problem with bond short squeezes is they can lead to like severe liquidity issues because nobody wants to like sell any of their bonds during a short squeeze. And that obviously makes prices squeeze even harder. And that can force the treasury to step in, or JPOW even to step in and raise rates to ease liquidity conditions. UVXI is never, nor will it ever be, a pickles pick. How can selling deeper in the money CCs on GME help me capture more of the current upside? I get that it's very basic, but I'm missing something in the understanding. Okay, so if GME is trading at, $18, right? And you sell a $15 covered call, and GME's price falls back below $15, this call becomes worthless. You keep the $3 plus premium that you receive from selling it, and you still have shares. This effectively removes $3 from your cost basis in the underlying. And if you sold it at 14, this would go up to 4. If you sold it at 13, it would go up to 5, so on and so forth. For a 100K trading account, what do you think is a safe allocation for scalping 0 DTEs? Probably no more than like 3 to 10%, depending on your success rate and proficiency. If I were to buy a lot of dip, it would be queso fundido. Nice. With you and the quants looking to hire, I'd like to take this time to discuss the lack of Latino representation on your team. That's not true. There's someone. Gherkin, love is a battlefield. It's true. My peak at AMD, I butterflied at 136 spot a couple days ago and could take tiny profits closing it all now. Is it as the market at large is? I don't know. Let me look. Still kind of running up into gamma max there. Wouldn't you benefit from it falling back to like 137, 138 more? I mean, it looks like it's mean reverting. Like right now, it looks like it's mean reverting to your target, where I assume your target range is. If you sold the butterfly a couple days ago, I'm. What are you looking at? Like 135 or 37, somewhere in there. I mean, butterflies benefit most from decay. While both legs are out of the money. Because the rate of decay is doubled, right? You already know what card I'll play if I don't get an interview. We already have LGBTQ representation. Rims and Tims. 6 to 8 years. Well, Bar Finbro was right about NVIDIA, so it could happen. I don't think so. No. People working in fields? There's no fields. A very 4080 BC version of you. Do you need back-end code work? No. We've got far too much of that already. I love that you feel the need to shut down my fake application. I don't have a need to. It's just what was fake about it? You're the one prying. I don't think history will look back fondly on J-Pow's speech yesterday. It was a huge miss, only topped by his lack of Latino representation on the Fed board. I agree. You had Yang as a pick. Never say never. That was awesome. The printed stacks. That was a great pick. China whiffed their manufacturing hard that night. Shit was up like 20% the next morning. High or low? Next stop. 47.40. Save my calls. This doesn't look particularly bullish. Maybe. Maybe everything's bullish. 100% of the time. No, that looks gross. That looks even worse. Just do this. Boom. Mm, 47.20. Hold on. Like a little bit of pushback there. You'd think we could get a gap fill? It'd be really cool, but maybe not. Ooh. Well, I don't want to play that game. The fuck can't ES just sell off? Where are the sellers? 47.70? Yeah. Don't need those anymore. Hey, there we go. I want to puke. I hate my life. Why? What have you done now? Don't tell me you bought Jimmy at the top again. It's scary what will happen if Beyond actually squeezes. I saw it went to 200S previously. $200? It's not gonna go to fucking $200. Are you out of your mind? How low do you think USD JPY could go? I would like to see it over time. Maybe drop to like 113. Hopefully also at that point it's just squeezing. This is it, Dork. This is the moment I've been dreaming of. Okay, I put holes in it. Nah. All right. Fucking ass. Amateur calls. Fuck that. Well, maybe. Yeah. Stupid, stupid, stupid fucking dumb market. All of that for... What did that fucking fill at? Go away. $2.50. Ass. Pure ass. All right, Carl. I'm sharing your resume. So dumb. I mean, it's a good resume. It's succinct, right? Top 10, maybe mod at Pickle Financial for 2 years. So, you know, there's some trust equity there. I've bought calls and puts before. Market proficient. Proficient unnecessary timeouts. Insecure, right? My wife has banged Gherk. Oh, shit. Let's never mind. Hey, why don't you, some of you, like the fucking stream? How about that? If you're bored. I almost forgot that I shortened a video. I'm glad that's not working out for me at all. Why didn't anybody tell me the video ripped? Can you convey a starting bonus cashier's check to Carl? If he could send me back the difference of the check, that would be great. What does SPX need to do for you to play the bear song? Break through 4100. There will be no bear song until 4100. Smash that like button. What's up, Adrian? Welcome back. Look at economic data worldwide. I can't help but think that the US data is looking a little, as the kids say, sus. Well, that's because at the beginning of 2022, we changed how we calculated CPI in a way that would make it look way better. Like we didn't have inflation, despite inflation continuing to increase. I like the stream before I shut off my alarm. Thanks. How strong is 4715? It's not actually. It's just 4710 has a lot of like defensive calls still. I don't know why they don't just take profits. Probably because they're fucking dumb. Is Nvidia able to break down past 475? It could be. It could be possible. I don't like that it bounced back above 480. Although failing 480, another test of 485's an okay sign. Like, it still kind of looks like shit. But what I wanted to do is this. Huh. No positions here. Anything look fancy? It's Tesla down. Tesla's profit taking at 45 and 50. Microsoft kind of looks like shit. Ooh, I wonder if my puts are printing. Resume, popcorn trader, advanced degeneracy, proficient in losing capital quickly, diversity higher due to mental deficiency, draws excellent TA, won't do anything. I like the last part. Is CAT going to all-time highs? Are you expecting a pullback after a massive run? I don't really have any expectations for CAT. I don't like to play it when it like runs overnight super hard like that. It tends to be kind of unstable, but it also may just not break down because CAT. 80 is probably a strong resistance. It has been in the past. Hmm. Cat's up 4%. Tesla's up fucking 3. IWM's still ripping, which is absurd. Hmm. How the fuck is that even real? Dixie Big Dead, sub 100 end of week. Maybe, yeah. It's just cratering. I would not fucking be surprised at all. There might be some resistance down at like fuck is that? One sec. think it's 101, like 101.40 ish. But I don't see anything to stop it from just going and going. Okay, NQ actually looks like shit now. Hmm. $16,755. 16.5. Oh, they're so expensive. 16,465. Hmm. $16,350. But not for today. For tomorrow. Monday. Holy shit, that's expensive. This is why I don't play these. Let's wait till the end of the day, I think. What's Apple doing? Failed to break 200. TLT's still ripping. XRT's up quite a bit today. Maybe we can short TQQQ. Puts for not tomorrow, next week. Oh, those are cheap. Someone put their ping on it. Far from macro perspective, is BOJ incentivized to raise rates on Monday, especially with big import data USA not raising? Seems like they could just roll over on Monday too, and we keep rocketing up. Yeah, they're incentivized to raise rates. Their currency's still in the gutter. Like yen at like 141 to the dollars is not, it's not good, you know? The destruction of their currency is leading to increased inflation. Even the small correction is not enough. They want USD JPY at like 125 to 75. That would be ideal for them. What does USD JPY need to hit to see Fixie 90? I'm not sure. They're different exchange rates. Like Fixie's based off of like a Bloomberg, one of the Bloomberg like exchange rate indexes. So what with their pickle my jar from a macro perspective? Look at the picture of my half turgid peen wearing a cute Robin Hood outfit. I didn't see that. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's what I like to see. When HYG Moon. Wait, what's HYG doing? I feel like I missed the boat on this a little bit. Maybe not. Fucking cheap. There's no liquidity on this. There's no good liquidity though. Huh. FX chat's too bearish. I'm buying 4800s. Might not be a bad idea. Alright, let's see. What's Fubo doing? Fubo's just hanging out. 360. Top's back at $2. Beyond's, Beyond's actually doing really well. That's not bad at all. Jimmy 1778. Snap 17? Seriously? Holy fuck. Macy's in 1972. There's a little bit of arbitrage there. BTUs. Is anything fucking not green? Dude, Tootsie Roll's down today. Actually, crime. Netflix is back down. They're a little less excited. Fucking insane. QQQ over 400. What a world we live in. Fucking imprison those criminals. This market has just failed breakdowns and pumps. Yeah, that's insufferable. Any Fubo hope for OPEX? Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's not as illiquid as I'd like to see it, but it's getting there. If it got shorted really hard into the end of this week, I'd feel a lot better about it running for OPEX. What would make you believe that your thesis of a market drawdown isn't going to happen? Inflation gets resolved. The carry trades backed out of without creating too much turbulence, which obviously that seems like a foregone conclusion already. China continues to fail to prop up their GDP over the next couple of quarters. That could ease a soft landing a bit. The period of actually tightened financial conditions of like 6 months to a year, not 3 days. Next JPY resistance, 38. 38's the next big one to the downside. You should show everyone how far down you were on your 2020 puts before you were proven very, very right. Oh God. Let's not talk about. I don't want to think about that. That was a terrible situation to be in. I'm actually happy I'm not in that situation right now. Other things I'm happy about right now. I'm long TLT and yen. GME 1945 tomorrow? I don't think so. GME's liquid as fuck. The only thing propping it up right now are like some short dated calls and indexes. The second like index flows pull back, GME will tank. How realistic do you think 46.75 could be for a low tomorrow? I don't really know if 46.75 is that important. Like honestly, like if we break down to 4,700 today, I think 46.75 might already be an option. Ooh, nice, Dork. That's kind of cool. Yeah, no. I wish I'd go a little more ham. Wouldn't QQQ pull back? I don't know. I don't want to bet on it today, but it could over the next like couple days. I'm speedballing listening to you on Discord and watching the Champions Chess Tour on YouTube. Nice. There's this whole media narrative lately on GME profitability sooner than we thought, but no signs of any extra institutional buys outside of indexes. Yeah, I haven't seen any increased interest in buying on the underlying. You go for an Entenmann's Danish right now? Interesting. You know what's really good? Have you ever had Kringle? That shit's amazing. It's like a Danish. Chances of hearing the bear sign today or tomorrow? 0. Maybe the exposure I have is all the exposure I want. I kind of want IWM to run up to 200 again. Gork, we've got some data controversy, and I love it. Where? Show me. Which? I'm averaging up my YCL. Don't judge. I'm in TLT 120. It's on its way, right? Bonds up, equities up, the new norm, eh? Yeah, I don't think that relationship lasts. My Series 7 book said bonds have an inverse relationship to equities. There's outlying situations, but generally speaking, that's true. They are mostly negatively correlated. Broke up out of the channel. This is pleasing. I wouldn't bet too hard on it. News is JPAL was dovish. I mean, he kind of was. I would say he was mostly neutral, but I mean the news is already has been taking like the positive take for quite some time. He even said at one point that he saw that a recession, a slight recession in 2024 was likely. He forecasted rate cuts. He was dovish. He also forecasted a recession, and he also forecasted that they might not cut rates at all or have to raise rates. So he was a bit all over the place, or at least he was trying to be. JPEG would have to have been so hawkish he literally leaped off the stage, ate a reporter's eyeball out of their face before the market paid attention anyway. That might be true. I don't know, man. It seemed pretty euphoric. He seemed like he defeated everything in his path. That's exactly why I'm gonna buy bets. He was very careful with his words. Like, he would kind of back out from telling the truth. There's some sort of greater reason for this, and I'm not sure what it is, but there's a reason he gave up. Because that's really what happened yesterday. Is Powell quit. He was just insulted by the stream card. Political? Yeah, could be. Could be bonds, could be risk. He quit long ago. Well, he started quitting when Yellen fucking decided she was only going to sell short duration treasuries. Immediately undermining his efforts to get inflation under control. But the thing is, you know, 3 months, 1 month to 3 months from now, when inflation starts to come back, and it comes back hot and spikes harder than people will imagine, they're all going to be like, but why did you cut rates? Why did you promise to cut rates? So he did all he could, right? He gave the people what they wanted, so that they'd at least turn a little bit of their capital towards long duration, which they're doing. Um, but he kept rates the same. I mean, so I guess we'll have that going for us when inflation explodes again. But the asset bubble looks like it's going to reinflate. At least a little bit. This is like the dot-com bubble all over again. Help us, Kazuo Ueda. You're our only hope. I mean, that's probably like if you asked the average American, you know, directly on both sides of the fence, would you rather deal with a 6 month period of, you know, really tight financial conditions, 6 months to a year, or would you rather have 5 to 8 years of tight financial conditions? Everyone's gonna have the same answer, right? So you know, from a political perspective, it's just because they're dishonest and they've already created a dishonest narrative, and so they can't be honest with people. If the asset bubble is going to reinflate, why shouldn't I buy weekly calls every week? I didn't say you shouldn't. We're already in stagflation. The fucking projected GDP for this quarter is like 1.2 and inflation's at 3.2. 3.8 really. Is this the V? It's an attempt at one. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, this could bounce. 35 might be the top. Maybe 40. We'll see. They're selling a lot of puts, so they're trying to push it. We're above 125 or 47.25. So yeah, if this can hold 47.25, I think we could retest maybe the high for the day. Still a bit of a question on if it can hold or not, but yo guac, first off. Okay. Secondly, they also have the freedom to be as dishonest as they like, really. The average American seems to think that the office of the president is responsible for literally everything's price. Yeah, they do. Any thoughts on where it looks like we close on Friday, end of week? I'm not sure. We're probably going to have about 50 billion in charm that falls off tonight. That may have some significant impacts on volatility and price tomorrow, even overnight or into close. Selling short dated puts fucks them. Selling long dated puts doesn't. So if they try to do like zero DTE synthetic longs, that'll blow up price action. But if they do, if they buy zero DTE calls and they sell 23, 30 DTE puts, that'll be fine. What's Japan most likely to do Monday, and how long does that take to see the SPX downside? I mean, it could be instantaneous. We don't know what they're going to do yet, right? Uh, so far, their only announcement has been that they're considering moving away from YCC into a positive interest rate monetary policy. That was the leak, at least from Nikkei. We'll see if they're happy with yen where it is, or if they want to push it harder. I mean, they have the opportunity to leverage it pretty hard right now. My FXY 70C from March I bought a week ago to ghost you are up 117% right now. What, dude? Thanks, bud. Also, quick recap for today. We're just chopping around where the open interest is right now. We kind of fell to the low side of it at 47.15, and now it looks like they're trying to push it back up. I don't know if they're going to be successful or not, but they're giving it a shot. Is 250 a top for Tesla, or can it push higher? It can push higher. I still have to sell the rest of my GME shares. Is 250 a top for Tesla? Not only that, but it might happen sooner than anticipated. True. Did you cut your fixie? I don't see them on screen. They're in the other account. Right here. It's doing pretty well. What was the difference between you going long at the bottom of the big downs last year versus October of this year? I mean, well, I was hedged long at the bottom this year. This year we were too close to a break point at the bottom. But once the Fed meeting came out, I was long from that point on. Like once we started squeezing up. I didn't leverage it as hard, but I also wasn't as prepared in advance for it, right? Most of the reason we turned around at the bottom was, Yellen switching her issuance, which was kind of a shock to everybody. Then J-Pow decided to come out super fucking dovish in the November, or the November meeting? Yeah. And that fucked everything up. So, I mean, it wasn't really a positioning thing, right? Like there was some of that, but last year it was very much positional. Like all the puts were expiring, calls were free. This year it was more driven by unexpected news, so I was definitely less prepared for the upside. But I was long. I've been long. I haven't really had puts, like any significant puts, since we were back at like 4,300, 4,400. Do you expect this to last into Jan or March? There's some potential for it to collapse now. If it doesn't, then yeah, I would expect it to carry out through at least Jan OPEX. I don't know if it'll pull out through March. How do you think the market performs if Trump wins? I don't know. What do you think will happen if Trump's in jail by then? Have a happy holiday, man. Win Pickle Financial live from Tokyo. Thank you, Adopted by the Dans. I don't know, but a Tokyo office would definitely be cool. Real estate there is actually shockingly cheap. I don't know. Not GM. Oh, hey, look at that. 1990, 1990, 60. Interesting. Yeah, it's weird that it's staying up here. They're pushing really hard and they're having a very hard time pulling away from 47.25. Maybe because the market maker isn't fucking hedging anything. You stop trying to pump it, you dumb fucks. Okay, so I'm starting to run past 50 tomorrow? No, not really. I just want to warn all of you guys that want to play Upstart right now. Upstart could drop like $10 in a couple candles. So whatever you have long on it, be sure you're okay with. Make sure you're okay with losing absolutely everything. Is it going up or down from here? If index flows stop supporting it, it'll fall. That would save port number 11. I'm positioned for it to drop $10. That's equally risky. I remember the last time Upstart ran and everyone was like, how are those puts doing, Gherk? And then it dropped 40 fucking bucks. Great. They did great in the end. It was very expensive to carry the position, but it was worth it. If I had the choice though, I would never short it again. It's a fucking nightmare. It's super illiquid. It's volatile. Buying on it's really sporadic because it's linked to obscure shit like fintech and AI. It's more liquid than it used to be, at least from an ETF standpoint, but their share buyback has affected that as well. SPX gonna push through the upside here. I don't know. We're in a curious situation. Like they're buying calls, they're selling puts, but the market maker doesn't really want to hedge any of that. So can you get price improvement if the market maker is just doing nothing? I don't think you can. Who's gonna make the bid, right? I think that's the problem. They've had it 25 all day today. What the fuck is this? Oh, hold on. Does anything happen yet? There. Ooh, fuck, yeah. 47.29. Big moves. So I was looking at Cantor Fitzgerald's 13F last night because Tether, their balance sheet assets and liabilities are equal down to the dollar. Is this normal? Um, no. That's pretty, I mean, down to the dollar is odd. I don't know. Yeah, that's a bit odd. I mean, in practice there should be like an equivalency, but yeah, it's weird that it's that precise. Have we tested 30 as I foretold? I've been bleeding theta this whole time though. Rough. It might still get a little bit more upside here. I really want this exuberance to be punished. Yeah. Well, usually exuberance is, so. Oh, shit, where's my camera? There we go. Biggest holding is also GCMG, which is 101.5%. There's no such thing as 101.5% ownership. That's just delayed 13F reporting. Ignore that shit. That's garbage. Dad, you're back. How are your cigarettes? I don't have any. If you had 16, 17, 18s, would you consider rolling? No, I wouldn't really be worried about it. I mean, maybe if I could increase my premium, but otherwise, no. They're trying crypto. They're still selling puts. They've stopped buying calls though. There was some profit taking on the test of 30. That actually could fuck the whole run to the upside. But we'll see. If it breaks 30 again, it's got a pretty clear path to 40. So where are we now? It's 58%. The whole thing's just gonna fucking blow up. Retail sales for business inventories -1, -0.9 retail. Card speaking. Let's see. The 4-week came in low. 8-week came in flat. Mortgage rate 15 year 6.38. 30 year 6.95. Interesting. What do we have tomorrow? PMI? Well, that'll be fun. There's nothing quite like contracting PMI to support indexes at 30% year over year. Where have they been selling puts? Is there a chance we could get some downside capitulation? I think mostly they've been selling in the VIX like expiration window. So um those shouldn't drive the hedge very much. If they sell a lot of short dated puts, that's what blows everything up. But yeah, this could fail. I think there's like some chance that we get that, right? Like we push out to there, or test higher. But if it fails that, I think if it fails like this lower trend at any point, it's gonna get a lot harder for us to hit 40 today. And VIX going up here is not probably a good sign. Although they've managed to keep it fairly under control today. I've learned so much. I figured out how to make markets work perfectly. I say it goes up and it goes down like magic. I say it goes down and it goes up like magic. Port is bleeding. Medic. NQ not able to get up as well as ES. Yeah, NQ's struggling a little bit more. But BTU 24 CCs are sweating for tomorrow. Not a question, just a statement. Okay. And I saw that they had some more insider selling filing. Elliot's still backing out. I'm surprised how little that's affected price, honestly. $24 CCs. Tight. I think Cantor is worth looking into more. Any kind of short potentially there? I have no idea. What's the ticker? Just cough and growl when it's time to buy pets. What do you think the goal of pumping this hard is? Find buyers, exit? I mean, just because, right? Just buying. Everyone's just buying. It's irrational. It's not. Stop trying to make sense of it. They're trying their darndest to stop beyond hitting 11. Yeah, they don't want it to be above GN. Most of the mega caps not going to sell off until after year end, so they can delay tax till next year. Possibly. Yeah. Or they want to hold the position for a year and move it to long-term gains. NQ is almost up 60% this year, and people are still calling it a bear market rally. Definition of denial. When have all green days like this? I just buy whatever and sell it end of day. Free money. GCMG is worth 1.7 billion. Okay. I mean I don't know anything about it. When we have all green days like this, I just buy whatever and sell it end of day. Free money. GCMG investment managers. I mean, yeah, I don't know what the short thesis is here. Well, it looks like their margins have been improving. I don't know. Not something I follow, dude. How's Beyond Liquidity looking? Plenty to short with? No. There's liquidity, but not plenty. That's still on Reg Show, you know. Hmm. $30. Just a write-up last night. I can say you really picked your words carefully to explain your take on the current situation. I don't want people being biased, right? Like yeah, there's a lot of bearish shit that comes out of this. There's a lot of bullish shit that comes out of it, but I see too many people losing money because they let their like long-term or like economic data bias influence their positioning. And that's just a great way to lose fucking money. Do you think Fubo keeps trending up? It's been trending up since November. It may. I mean, they've consistently met their goals, which is why I went long on the stock in the first place, because I thought they would consistently meet their goals. Hey Gherkin, it's me, the guy who cut his Beyond calls yesterday. Fuck my life. Full boarding Monday. I don't think cutting your calls yesterday was necessarily a bad idea. When will Tup shorts feel squeezed? Seems like everything but Tup has mooned. Well, there's nothing pressuring them yet, right? And so, unless short vol pulls back, I don't think there's any like covering that needs to happen there. And so they'll try to like regulate pricing as much as they can. However, when it does pull back, the position is without a doubt heavily over leveraged. Liquidity in the underlying's almost the worst it's been. Let's see. The last time it was this bad was Feb, when they shorted the fuck out of it. So there's been very little covering on the ETFs that they're a part of. They're also TUP's kind of in weird ETFs because it went bankrupt, so it got dropped by Russell 2K. It's still in a couple Russell 2K ETFs, but it's like it's not in like IWM, right? And so as far as like the covering schedule for those ETFs, I don't really know when it is. It's not like OPEX. It's more like Russell run or like TUP runs during like the ETF FTD period or like the pre-OPEX period. At least on the few runs that it's recently had. Last year it ran really hard, like the same time everything like in the basket did, but it was an IWM back then. Failed at 33. Let me see if this is reversing at all. I don't think so. So be a great example. Yeah, that we might be getting close to a top for SPX here. Momentum's starting to pull back again. Yeah, I don't like that we fell below the trend. That's not good. Even if it retested, I don't think that's a positive. Yeah, I'm also particularly upside for the next month, but it might be worth opening after OPEX if it goes off without a hitch. What's this? Oh, okay, interesting. That's a strange position. Why not just like this? If you're looking, well, if you're looking for that, I feel like you could go. What about this? SPY breakdown. I would say that we're not going to see like a big breakdown today. Probably. How's that greedy? There's nothing greedy about that. Fuck you. That's the least greedy position ever. Do it? I'll do it right now. Hold on. Yeah, I agree. If it loses 198, I'm gonna pick up another one. 198.50. Should just bet at 199 that it'll fail. I love it when you argue with yourself out loud. I'm not arguing with myself. I'm arguing with Doric. IWM is biased as fuck. I mean, I like that position, right? Like you're protected if it moves 3 or more percent to the upside. So if indexes keep running, you're good, right? And then if it falls, you make a shitload of money. Shitloads of leverage money, Doric. I just sold all my Jan EXR calls, paid for the equity position. Thanks, sir. Nice, man. You're welcome. Well done. That was a hard one to hold through. So, very well done. I walked away 300% on SPY calls this morning. Well done, man. I love when you argue with yourself. I just sold. That's the best kinds. What price end of day, Dork? See, I'm worried that I've over leveraged NVIDIA, and I don't know if I can open that position yet. Maybe I can. Hold on, let me check the balance on this. I left my phone in the kitchen. Fuck me. I could do it on here. At least for tomorrow? Oh, okay, good. Wait, does IWM not have 0 DTs? What a piece of shit. So I know we've tapped SPX GM on SPX W. No, we're above it. But have we on the monthly? We've never actually tested Gamma Max on the monthly. We came super like $1 or $2 from it in July. If we grind up to 47.35, 40, do you think it stays up or it'll drop? I don't think it would hold there very long. I also don't think we're going to get it. It failed, right? This needed to keep going. The fact that this failed here is like really kind of a bad look. Wouldn't everything hinge on the 18th to see if the market will tank? I mean, we're gonna drop like 50 billion in charm tonight. That's a lot of, and I don't know how they come back in and support the flow loss. Like the market maker's not gonna give them free money, right? They'd have to come in and buy the equivalent amount in Delta. The market maker is just waiting till tomorrow to fucking just sell all the futures they're holding, right? And fuck everybody that sold them a put. You think a retest of the low on SPX is still possible today? Like the 15? Yeah, that's not out of the question. We're still within a decent range for that. 25 would be the confirmed to the downside though. So if we don't break through 25, we're not going to see 15. Is getting to FXY chasey at this point? I mean, a little bit, but no, it could go much further. You just need to have a lot of theta. You don't want to fuck around. It's not like a short term play. It's long and there's political shit that can happen. Right now, I'm assuming a return of like USD JPY to like 120 to 100 by like over the next 2 years. That's really my target window. It could happen faster, and there's a lot of shorts on yen, so it could squeeze, and it could happen all at once. But that'll depend on the bank in Japan, right? Because we know JPA's probably never actually going to cut rates. But it works. The great thing about it is it works in both scenarios, right? If the economy gets worse, Bank of Japan will be forced to raise rates. If the economy gets better, the Fed will cut rates, right? So no matter what, the carry trade will collapse at some point. 10-year under 3.9. Ooh. Where's DN and GM? I don't think they're anywhere near them. DN's down at like 215. Gamma Max on Tesla is usually way the fuck out of the money. 267. So I don't think you need to worry about Gamma Max. 266. Tesla can blow through Gamma Max, by the way. Just don't short Tesla into the end of the week. It's always a bad fucking idea. Especially if it's rising into the end of the week, because everybody and their mother just buys 0DT calls on it. And it usually picks up huge amounts of gamma into Friday expirations. Thank you for the reply. I have Fixie Gen 25 ADC. Okay. Alright, so you've got a very decent amount of time. Early and average down my puts instead. I'm sitting on SPX 4635p, down 85%. Tell me I'm dumb, that's fine. But maybe you can teach me a lesson here. My current loss is 10% of my port. Thanks. Alright, I mean, the total position, if you lost everything, you'd be down about 12% of your port. You probably should have sold something against it. If you were going to carry it, you should have gotten stopped out of it. You should have had a risk somewhere between 46.35 and where we're currently trading. So yeah, not cutting your loser there is a really terrible decision. And that obviously would have saved a portion of your portfolio. Hopefully you still have a little bit of theta on it. You might be able to get a better exit. But yeah, risk management there is definitely the first thing I'm thinking when you're telling me about it, right? You know, like you should have sold something against it, and or you should have closed it. No hedge to the upside. Even a weak hedge just for premium lost, you know, can make all the difference in positioning like that. Especially if you do have theta and it's something you don't want to close immediately, it's a good idea to hedge the upside with something shorter dated. You know, you can buy out of the money debit spreads for dirt cheap most of the time. And really all you need to do is hedge off the premium spent, right? You don't need to like hedge off your potential gains, because you're not like a hedge fund. So you don't need to worry about like losing alpha on being wrong on the direction. You just want to not lose money at all, right? 30 DTE puts on IWM seems like free money with upside so limited. Tell me why I'm wrong. Can I just not talk to you right now? Why do you why do you always have to state the blatantly obvious? Is it worth buying some Lotto Fixie before 18th in case the decision is a surprise? It might be. Yeah. The biggest problem with FXY is it's not very liquid. It's got shitty liquidity. You don't want to be stuck in a situation where you have like super deep in the money calls and no one wants to buy them. Which books or strategies helped you develop your trading model? I have a lot of different trading models. I don't know, just pieced it together myself off of what worked and what didn't. You build it, you test it, you find out what's wrong, you go back, you fix it, you do it again, you do it again, you do it again. You just keep perfecting, right? Hard to do without overfitting, but you know. I had a call hedge, which I sold too early, and averaged down the puts instead. Oh, no. The call hedge should have been there to just... That's when you cut your puts, right? Your call hedge prints, you cut the puts, take the money out of the... And then just let the hedge run, right? Because it's... You were wrong. It's time to reposition. That's autism slander, Gherk. No, it's not. What's your opinion on trading SPXL? Gross. Just use SPY or something. If you're don't be that poor. QQQ and TQQQ are better. They have higher vol, but don't do that. Don't actively trade inverse indexes. You planning on entering anything tonight in preparation for tomorrow? I'm gonna straddle again. Well, I'm gonna straddle, but with probably a lot more puts than calls. Maybe 1 to 3, just because there's just not a lot of upside here. So I have to make sure it's obvious to someone other than me. 4600p seemed like free money a few days ago. It very well could have been, right? Like just because you just if you bought a 4600p a few days ago doesn't mean you made a bad bet, right? Like there's a very good chance that Powell was more hawkish than he was, and things just tank, right? What you did is probably is you didn't ask yourself what if I am wrong, and then set up something to protect that, or maybe you did both, and then then if you don't lose money, you're right. They're starting to lose beyond. I don't think so. They'll be okay. They got some juice. What do you think about a deep in the money buy right on GME? Why? Hey, what's your yield on it? Is it worth it? I don't think it's going to be worth it. Can you go back to the Captain Obvious for IWM free money? I mean, IWM's above Gamma Max right now, but it could just stay above Gamma Max until positioning moves Gamma Max higher, right? The fucking amount of call interest on IWM is insane right now. So I wouldn't bet a ton of money on shorting it, but yeah, it's very overextended. Is Beyond going for it? I don't think so. I mean, just breaking gamma neutral is not going for it. It's not like it's gonna break gamma neutral and then like 2 candles later it's gonna be at $15. No, 1 candle later. Oh, here it is. Breaking news, the market is now priced in 100 rate cuts in 2024. Apple is worth as much as the French stock market. Sounds about right. I'm not making any plays on Upstart right now, but I think the same reasons you wouldn't short it might apply to the big shorts too. Until the market doesn't get a rate cut they'd bet on. No, I think most of the big shorts on it are still above water. I don't think they're super worried. Otherwise, I would have already started just fucking mooning. World's largest vol short, bond short, carry trade implosion. Could VIX go over 100? Maybe. Really just depends on SPX, right? Would you roll deep in the money Upstart CCs until Upstart drops? Or do you see more positive momentum in the short term? I mean, as far as momentum goes, that's like blown out, right? The only way Upstart keeps going up beyond that, like Gamma Max plus 15%, which is roughly at 46 right now, is if it short squeezes. But most of the shorts are in at like 70. So I don't think it's going to short squeeze. I think the shorts that were in lower and like the shorts that were in sub 30 are probably already out, right? So it might, but it's unlikely. They were gonna pump this no matter what, rate cut or not. I don't disagree with you. I even over the weekend, I projected that we would go like I didn't project the range, right? But like when we did like our end of week or like our beginning of the week projections, like I thought we were gonna go up into close tomorrow after the FOMC meeting. I didn't know we were gonna go from like fucking 46.40 to 47.40, but I expected us to go up. Yeah, the range was extreme. Well, like all the like FinTwit vol guys were like talking about, the systemic flows that were gonna like come in through Jan, and they yesterday they all just came in 2 hours. On the bright side, my $10 GME CSPs are safe. All $132 I made. All right. If I remember correctly, you got like shaken out before Gamma Max. Is that what happened? Just shaken out at 14. Rough. You can still sell cover calls on GME even though you don't own shares. Well, sort of. But you're gonna want theta. Put time? I mean, it's failing to get any more upside, but that doesn't mean they're not trying to get more. I cannot stand the majority of people who talk about vol or trying to talk about vol on FinTwit. Nothing but misinformation. I had one try to argue with me about doing TA on VIX, and I died inside. I mean, I'm more talking about the ones that we pay attention to than guys doing fucking drawing triangles on the VIX. But I hear you. Also, QQQ up 56% year to date now. Healthy. Do you feel like changing your 45-degree spilled ice cream cone? Or sticking with it? Well, it broke down from it already. So, unless something new happens here, I don't see a reason to draw anything else. Like it already failed. Down your new all-time high. Nice. Yeah, Beyond's poking its head up above 11. Do you feel like Charlie when he's trying to find the missing male? It was worse. Yeah, I've read his stuff. He doesn't really say anything though. Definitely not my favorite. More just like promoting his like tail risk alpha fund. But I don't think he ever I don't think I've read anything from him that was very meaningful or a commentary on the current conditions. But you know that's what happens when when you're like listening to guys who have clients. They're not really gonna say much. It's still in black and white. Not feeling great. Still, yeah, I still feel like absolute shit. I might actually be worse today. I had a fucking fever again last night. Poor little Vix keeps getting shorted on every drop. Soon 2 months without a single pullback. How is this even possible? Like, where is the money coming from? Everywhere. It's like all the money. They're just pumping it in. My 88-year-old grandma beat RSV. You can too. Maybe. Maybe she's tougher than me. I know you're going to. Now, I know I'm not going to get any of my comments read. You ignore me extra hard when you're sick. Get well, Dad. I'm not ignoring you. You didn't say anything for most of the day. Literally all the money ever. Yeah. So do you think the strategy here they're doing is just continually roll their short vol out into the auction window? I mean, ideally, yeah. Except they've pushed it so hard now that they can't ever stop selling the vol. Like you've got to keep that risk there no matter what. Did you see my resume that I DM'd you? No. Persistent. Will do whatever you say when you tell me not to. Man of faith. Praise Lady VWAP. Will help you set up an inverse Dan ETF. Currently up 2,000% year to date. Jesus. Ooh, Beyond broke out a little bit. Okay, 8 cents is not unstoppable. Relax. That's a nice move though. Volume's kind of dwindling. Let's see. They've still got some short liquidity there that's untapped, but I like it. 11.15 is still a pretty important level, even though DN moved up. Maybe I need to get some more exposure in this account. What do I want? Yeah, I still kind of want to wait. The IV crushed out of the 47.25s. These look a little nicer. QQQ got rejected kind of hard. Yeah. Ooh. Well, if it hit 25, that would be really bearish, right? Well, if it broke 25, that'd be really bearish. Tough decisions. Nvidia slarping? Ooh, nice. That's what I wanted. That's why I got short stuff on it. Let's see if that keeps going. That'd be cool. Hmm. I think Palantir will continue down. I mean, over what period of time? Yes. What's happening? GDP now for quarter four revised up to 2.6. Overheating economy. Here we go. I bought puts at 47.35 without you giving me the signal. Are you proud of me? Sure, man. Is that going to bounce a little, though? Yeah, that might still... I'd be careful with this one. 25... Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's worth it. 25 is still pretty strong. There's been a lot more profit taking under 47.25 now. So that's kind of neat. I think everybody's just selling the 40. Next 2 to 4 weeks on Palantir? Sure. We could keep going down. I think it still needs a break below 16 to really get moving, but I'll double check for you. So I'm not sure puts are the best idea there. Like spreads, the bear spreads are probably better. Just because yeah. DN's at 16, GN's at 15. So it still needs to break both of those levels to like really accelerate to the downside. This is just dumping. Dork. It's doing dumps. Yeah, Boofy toots are printing. Bounce off 47.25. Maybe, yeah, that's possible. That's what I'm thinking. Is it like bounces here? Like we get a bounce soon. Maybe like 23, but right around here. Um, like somewhere. Well, it's 20, 47, 22, 25, and 25. Like we get a little bit of a bounce, and then stabilize, move back up to like 47.30, and then actually fail after that. Although I could be wrong, I guess. I guess this should just keep going down. Maybe. It does have some okay momentum. If it, yeah, if it keeps going, then it can hit like 15, maybe 10. But I think stability. I think it'll find some stability. Something, and we go somewhere. What did I say? It was like 20, 42, 25. Right? Yeah, like there and there. So I think it kind of support here. Maybe something like that. Although if breadth and IWM keep slipping, maybe it just tanks. I'm trying to reverse it already. Fucking dip buying assholes. Cocksuckers. It's really better. There. There and there. Let's do that. I like that better. 22, 29. Okay. Let's fucking go. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry. Almost a double top. Okay, that's bearish. that's the confirmation. So just bought QQQ for my first long-term hold. Well done, Popcorn. Thanks for the signal. VIX ripping. Well, it's volatility is moving up, yeah. What was the 47.22 line based on? It was prior support. It acted as support. Well, here, here, and actually right there. It's also like about the point. It's a little high, but it's about the point where the delta on the 47.25 breaks down. Should I close NVIDIA? Kind of already killing it. I guess I could keep going. That is support, though. Wow, it's almost support. And potentially we could just fill the whole gap here. I think there's definitely there's enough momentum. As long as we don't reverse. This looks like de-risking. Looks like a lot of de-risking. How's USD JPY doing? It's still just chopping there. Yields are still rocketing down. Video caught a little bit of a bid. How much vol do we need? Ideally, VIX to like 1450. Is this SLD? No, I think that was just a breakdown in positioning. But it did look like there was a little bit of... I mean, like, VIX makes it seem like there's some de-risking going on. Maybe closing short puts. The aspect ratio of your quad screen charts makes SPX look far steeper. That was pretty. That was a pretty steep fucking drop, man. Bro, VIX 1450. I'll be richer than a Saudi prince. Where's the next important level on SPX? 4700. 4700, 4690, 4675, 4650, 4600, and then 4550. All right, I'll be right back. I'm getting food, so it'll be like a few minutes or some shit. This can keep going, but it might stabilize at 47.15 for a little bit. 47.10, 47.15. There's still call walls here. 47.05 and 47.10. There's two pretty big call walls, so we can get stuck here. But if we get stuck here and then, positioning builds to the downside and we lose this level, we could really move down hard. I'll be right back. Fucking egg greedy dead man. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Well done. Sorry. I'm still cooking. I'm just coming back to see how everything's doing. Uh I like the way Nvidia looks. What do you think? Should I cut? Take profit? I would like Volmageddon for Christmas. That'd be cool. Hmm. Okay, well that does look like shit. Okay. My Beyond calls enough of a hedge for my SPX 2D poots. Probably not, but you know, whatever. Let's. I want to buy one more of those while they're cheap. See if I can pick one of those up for $1. Yeah, I know. All right. I gotta go back to my food because my gears are gonna burn. I'll be right. Bye. Yep. Burnt my fucking gyoza. Oh, look, short vol's covering. Maybe. Oh, I guess I didn't get a fill on that. Lame. It's not in the money yet. Well done, Thunder. We might fill the rest of the gap. It still looks weak, and Vault, like, VIX is still climbing. Watch, I don't know, maybe watch Mag 7. I would be worried that, at this point, I would be worried about short vol on Mag 7 pulling back. Which is kind of why I wanted to take profit on this. Although I will say the volume on this does look kind of weak. It is very consistent. I don't want to cut it because it could easily go down to like 47.63, which is my PT. But so there's something everyone kind of ignores that goes on every time we drop. But like Mag 7 especially, because there's so much short vol being sold on it, it will tend to bounce, right? They'll sell calls, right? To lock in their profit from the bounce. And then as it falls, like right here, they'll close all that shit and then bounces back up again. You aren't holding this IWM until tomorrow, right? I might. One thing I've never understood is why is short vol so historically popular relative to long vol? Short anything's always more popular with a higher chance of return. It's always better to sell options than to buy them. We're God Peener. That might have been the God Peener. I suppose we could get another one, like 4710 to 4700. But I wouldn't bet on it just yet. Feel a NVIDIA godpeener coming. Yeah. NVIDIA V. Hmm. Oh, they're not an already I've hedged them off play, Yaga. They're a deeply underwater play. I burned the day trade yesterday closing the debit, like the call spread, so I couldn't close them. They do have a lot of time left, though. Yeah, I thought I had 2 day trades and I didn't. That's alright. If I can get back out of them kind of equitably, I'll be okay, because I did hedge the long side. I'd add to them. I'd actually average them. I'd average them down, but right now I have my money tied up in NVIDIA. This account doesn't have unlimited day trades. Are you doing a 0 to hero thing? Yeah. It's a big fucking waste of time, but it's kind of fun. At least when I can remember to pay attention to it. Hmm. What's up, Popcorn? Can we get VIX to do a kaboom? It's kind of doing a boom. Right? It's higher than open. That's a new feeling. I honestly think it's only a lot of fun for you because you'd come to the verge of being KO'd, only to remember it more and turn it back around. I do like doing that. Does everyone still have GME shares? A lot of people do, yeah. It's not like Voldemort, man. Relax. You cut NVIDIA? No, but I'm thinking about it. Ooh, shit. Did SPX just gap down a little? I was 50% down on my GME port. I figure I can make it back on 0 DTE. Oh boy. Careful with your risk management. The risk profile for a 0 DT is a lot different than a 5-year buy and hold. This is actually really exciting if everything fails right here. I think we break 4,700. If we lose 4,705, it's possible to drop to like 4,690 or 4,675. $47.10, $47.05 are the last two call walls protecting the downside. There's two call walls, not one. You know what? That tastes like shit. I don't eat that. As you earlier about the chances of hearing a bear song, is there a better chance now? I don't want to play the bear song till 4,100. I might consider it playing it if we hit gamma neutral tomorrow. No, calls on SQQQ is garbage. However, I do frequently think about So now that the market's front run the Fed cutting rates, when's the market going to front run a 20% correction on SPX due to a recession? Holy shit. Popcorn before you miss it. What's your price target for FXY? Oh Jesus, I have no idea. 90 something, I guess it would be. And the exchange rate there is weird. I'm not really sure. I want to see JPY USD or USD JPY hit 113 over like the next 2 years. Red Day. Popcorn Trader, it's Red Day. Will you be my Valentine? Don't tell Dork. Could we please get 3% SLD and then wait up pins the US rate and we crashed to 3,800 for Christmas? Extra red, extra white, all Christmas long. Save the greens. It'd be funny to watch the bulls lose millions and millions of dollars. I wonder how much all the dip buyers lost today. Fuck. This is why those puts were overpriced this morning. It's kind of bearish, yeah. Finally. Karth, is this SLD? It might be. I tried to catch the knife Gherk that got me. Knife's a little sharp today to try to catch, to be honest. Those $12 one DTE 47.90 you almost bought yesterday are almost 90 now. Fuck. $46.95 test, then bounced to $47.25. So no. No. Maybe. There's starting to be a lot more. Well, okay, so 90 is definitely a support level. So we're 80 and 75. So don't get too excited, but we can pretty much free fall to 90. Oh no, my fucking puts. God damn it. Doubled in price. Why didn't this fill? Pieces of shit. Yeah, so 90 we might be able to break through with momentum. 80, 75 looks like it could hold up though. So we'll see how far this can go, but those are the supports. Am I negative one DTE? 4600's gonna prompt? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Because of the negative, not because prompts. Ooh, shit. Remember the Exodus story, Pi-Fi? There are only 3 wise men here. The rest are shepherds and animals. Yeah, but who's baby Jesus? It's a bounce. I don't know if it's the bounce. Some pretty hard call buying here. I'm gonna try to capture put capitulation. A decent amount of puts at 4,700 still. And someone's buying more. Someone's buying 4,690 puts. Nice, Dork. How those 4,200s doing? I mean, still shit, right? But better. I think I need those to hit VIX 13, like 13. VIX's at like 1350 for them to start going up. Yeah, well, yeah. Because I've been averaging them, so I bought some of them, you know, at like VIX 1250, and I bought the rest at VIX like a VIX under 12, so like 1190, 1180. That was a fun $200 to $2,000. I fucking love the market. Is 4,700 the new 4,550? No, 4,550 is still the current 4,550. It could be greedy to hold them. Keep an eye on them. I think there's still room to fall. It really depends on if we're gonna get more, like more put interest here, or we're gonna get capitulation. FUBO 3.5cc for next Friday seem bad. I know OPEX, but IWM might finally fall off a cliff. Maybe. I don't know. I sold some 4s today. 350. I guess you could. It's out of the money technically. God, I want them to fail the V so bad. Hmm. Yeah, futures picked up support at 47.50 on the drop, which is why we bounced at 46.95 instead of 46.90. I feel like an upside. Hold on here, I'll show you. I feel like an upside test here at like 47.64 would be healthy and still bearish. If this continues to fall, very bearish, right? Very bearish back to like 4,700. That was a lot of selling too. If it bounces back above that though, that would be bullish. Yeah. The video volume dying off. Upstart puts are looking nice. They're expensive. It's usually better to sell calls on shit like that where the IV is high, because the IV will crush of the prices dropping, and if you buy out of the money puts, the premium of your put will crush too. We got my stepdad 25% gains. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well done though. Up is up. And some other stuff. Think we could gap up tomorrow? Not really, no. But you always ask me that. That's not like a real question. You know that, right? There's very little that's gonna tell you what futures are gonna do overnight. There's a bull loose in the Newark Penn Station tracks. It's a sign. Pumpers have conditioned the bull to expect the V. Help the V. It's gonna be hilarious. When the pumpers flip short, the bulls hold their bags. You mean like all of today? Or like retail bulls bought the dip and institutions sold giant swaths of calls out from under them? I don't like this W shit. Get the fuck out of here, Jensen. Hmm? Are they failing this dip buy? It almost looks like they are. I'm ready for this to drill down to 46.90. Maybe. Ooh, I want an ice cream. I'll be right back. I brought a friend of mine in here who was watching Elliott Waves. Can you welcome him? Welcome aboard, man. Welcome, fellow autist. Can we turn this into a stream where you live stream other day trading streamers and shit on them all day? Is that a thing? Isn't that a violation of their copyright? Like, no, that's fair use for commentary? Like a React channel? Really? This is not something I realized I could do. Hold on. I'm processing this. YouTube would probably unshadow ban you. They love when people poach other people's content. It seems so mean. Once the other streamer says, does puts cost same like shares? You've been found out, and you gotta close the stream and go back to regularly scheduled content. That's a weird rule. You do it to JPOW once a month, but that's public. He's the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Did they catch the knife? They're trying to. How's it looking, dork? Yeah, still like shit. I still think this is healthy. Like, I think a bounce back in a test here is good for shorts to reposition. Maybe that's why RC canceled all the shareholder meetings. He can't handle your live criticisms anymore. I don't know if I'm ready to roll that far. Like, I enjoy being chaotic neutral, but I'm not chaotic evil. I don't know if I want to go. I don't know if I want to go like. That might be a step too far. Where does that equate on SPX? It should be almost the same. The fucking no. Like 47.10, 47.09.72. So it should be like right there. Well, that's actually kind of like exactly where it tested. Yeah, whatever. That was 30 cents off. What's your end of week SPX price prediction? I don't know. If we lose 4,700 here, and all that charm falls off tomorrow, fuck. 4,650, maybe 4,600. Did you see Kem on X yesterday after FOMC had a clip of Bush in front of the Mission Accomplished banner? Tell me you watched the stream without telling me you watched the stream. Are you worried about retaliation, Gork? Your cult is small, but we're highly regarded, and a Dan meat shield is no mean defense. No, I'm not worried about retaliation. I mean, not at all. It's just dickish. I don't mind being an asshole for like if somebody learns something from it or gets something out of it, but being an asshole just for the sake of being an asshole, that's lame. It's also time you created some apparel with the website so we can buy pickle juice. Weird couple days. Caught chasing yesterday. Woke up and all my dead calls expiring tomorrow for months ago are up big. Use that to hedge the downside. All thanks to Theta and a chance to bounce back. Thanks, Skork. You got it, Twat Waffle. Well recovered. Nice luck. Yeah, you did buy the Theta. Well done. I appreciate it, dude. No need to try to elevate yourself by bringing others down. Yeah, that's kind of lame. Wait, we're still talking about this? I was joking. Well, unless it's Matt Kors. Well, that's because he's stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars from retail investors. 47.10 end of day. I would not be surprised. Not even a little. What's your top potential price? I was kind of hoping that maybe one day it would hit like 250. What are they even buying now? That's it, right? Yeah, that should be about it. So they keep buying calls at 9? Still hasn't tested yet on ES though. Hmm. Recovery's getting kind of blown out. Dork, it's crossover T plus 10. We lost the chance to close at 4,700. I don't think so. Really depends what happens with the 4705 calls here, I think. If we get like another round of profit taking on the calls, there's enough puts at 4,700 and 4690 that we could fall back to the downside. What is this? I'm trying to win the prize for most downside gaps in 30 minutes. Nothing happens on crossover day. 80% of YouTube is reaction vids, but that's what makes this better because it's not 250. Fuck it, I'm in. What is? So if I have a spread 47.15, P bought 710, sold. What opposite position would I enter to lock in profits? You could sell another 10 and buy a 20. Uh, Sell another 10, buy a 5. So the bull spread. But it limits your total profitability. Oh no. A little bit of put selling, but there's also call selling going on. I wonder where profits are being taken. Volume's kind of even. Hmm. That's the AM expiry. Pelt's making his proxy play on Disney. Quarter 1 should be exciting. What are you talking to me about equities, Gaff? Do you have puts or not? Is there an ex-dividend date? If the ex-dividend date is today, does that mean if I buy stock, I still get the dividend? Yeah, if you own it at the end of the day today. Do the Bulls have this well defended, or can we still see a fail? It's not that well defended. I mean, 4705's okay, but yeah, it's not really that impressive. I think it kind of depends on how far up they can push it above 4705, though. This is starting to be kind of a stretch. Now, this can reject here, which would be awesome. But if it breaks up, that's bad. And we're pretty much at the focal point for that, so we'll know fairly soon. Not that impressive. Rockets of 4850. No rejections. Fake out, bull trap, then plummet. Yeah, that'd be cool. Like we drop to here, bounce, bulls pile in, and then rocket down. I'd also take just slow, steady drop to 4690 into close. I just heard 5 opinions in one sentence. What's going on in here? And why the fuck do you only have 90 likes? I have more than 90 likes. I have 376. Almost, that means almost half the people in here weren't too lazy to click a button. And at least one dislike. Yeah, thanks, Gaff. I didn't cut my NVIDIA, but I probably should have. Why am I looking at Google? Fucking stupid overextended pump on fucking Mag 7. I clicked it because you called me lazy. Nice. Could be a good re-entry at the trend on NVIDIA. Maybe. Look at this fucking giant pile of volume coming in. What's the TQQQ? Where? Oh, just in case it like does something crazy overnight. I want to buy more at 5 cents, but I don't know if I'll be able to. Put it in order. Fuck it. That was the most unimpressive rejection ever. I tried ghosting Grig's TQQQ play, but IBQR says I'm not experienced enough to trade it. What? Can you help me understand this? So when I look at options OI and volume, let's say stock is 9 and the 10 strike has way more OI and vol. Does that indicate that it's more likely to go that way? Not necessarily. Yeah, no, that's not going to give you too much information. I mean, those options can be bought or sold, right? And so you need to kind of understand the structure of the market maker's hedge in order to determine where it can go based on the OI. Well, sorry, rephrase. I have no idea what it is, and I saw you buy calls, but what could happen overnight? You said TQQQ might be good for small ports like moi. I'm kind of just throwing some money at it to see if it gaps down overnight. QQQ slamming really hard, headfirst into all-time high, then rejecting on the dailies bullish. Usually no. Volatility. Did we reject? I mean, we did, but like barely. It's not like a strong rejection, right? Because they buy every single motherfucking dip. Could go for a new low on QQQ before close. I don't know. Maybe. $233. Hmm. I mean, the volume's not really important, Brandon. The OI is. The OI updates every night. It depends. I mean, the $10 call could just be being sold, right? Which pushes the market maker short, and it's more likely to put the $9 in the money. Like when she says you're not her type, but finds you attractive, that kind of little rejection. If you wipe one of the green tuners with vinegar, will it turn it red? Maybe not. Hmm. Let's see. It's a little bit. Ooh, they're buying the 2025. Oh, they really are trying to pump it. Dirk, they're buying the 2020s and 25s. I don't like that. They're trying to fill this fucking shit back in. Oh, they're selling them? I guess they might be selling them. Fucking 47.15. Bullshit. Put buyers. Where the fuck are the put? There they are. There's a few. Buy more puts. Just gonna play these fucking dipshits. Pump the market. Equities? They said they're continue to sell off their securities, not equities. Yeah, the Fed has some equities through open market operations, but I don't not like a lot. They're talking about their securities holdings, so they're like MBS, their CMBS, their treasuries. No, there's no platform that's going to tell you that, Brandon. If I'm going to roll these GME 1450 weekly CCs, better to do it today or tomorrow. I like the stream. Enjoyed Zillionaire when I'm out of this dog shit video game stack. Hmm. Just roll them out so you have enough theta that the price can drop. If that's what you're trying to accomplish. If not, you're just trying to get assigned, then why do you need to roll them? Wouldn't that be a sign that the top is in? What, the Fed selling their security portfolio? They've been selling it off every month for the last 2 years. About a year, over a year. I can't trade for until next week since I'm moving brokers. I'm losing my mind. Just paper trade or something. Today I aligned myself with the bulls, not because I want to, but because I didn't set stops. Excellent. Wait, from your fucking 4230s earlier? Or 4730s? No. Beyond's looking bullish. Is there a good chance we close above 11? That'd be cool. But probably not. No. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's like an end of day push, but I think they'll try to keep it under gamma neutral. I just full ported 0 GTE puts. I'm doing my best. I'm trying my best to help this dump. VIX is currently above December futures. Wait, really? Oh shit. Alright. That's kind of cool. Wait, December... I don't know. The December futures expired tonight. Or they expired, didn't they? Are they done or are they done tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. That's not really backwardation. If this dumps, I win. I hope it dumps. Just because they bought fucking 4720s, they don't deserve to get those in the money. That's horse shit. The VIX acceleration point 13? No, like 14. Any plan for quad tomorrow? I mean, I'm short some things, long some other stuff. Did you hear that JPOW nailed the soft landing? Yeah, I don't think no landing's a soft landing. I kind of feel like JPOW is going for like this kind of trajectory, and then land. You put your landing gear down, stop, and then later on resume flight. And I think now we're kind of getting like this, right, with no landing, and then just stall. But that's what he wanted. And W, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna say congratulations. Today was a fun day for making money. He decided to buzz the tower instead. Won't you run out of fuel that way? Yeah. I was pretty smug yesterday while yields were crashing. Yeah, but wheels never hit the ground, really. Refuel and flight, it's possible. Not with our current debt situation. Not only so we want fucking U.S. Treasuries trading as triple Bs. Your analogy makes perfect sense. There's a cushion of air under the wings that lets you hover above the ground for a bit, called ground effect. But if you ride that too long, drop. Very nice, Esha. I have it on good authority that DDD are better than AAA. Are they ever gonna sell me these TQQQ puts for cheaper? What the fuck? Well, should I take a week off come Christmas to the New Year? Is there a good paper trading app broker that would be good to start really understanding what's going on with options? A lot of people really like TOS for paper trading, but IBKR has it too. I think WeBull has it, but it might be shitty. But will my FXY and TLT calls prompt? Have they not already? Buy my FFF bonds, offering 50% interest annually until I go broke, which is tomorrow. As long as I make it to space, we can go to the moon with very minimal fuel for course correction. IWM positioning is weird. It might not matter. Weeble's not bad, but no stop losses? Oh, that sucks. TOS moved to Schwab, I think. Yeah, they did, but they still use the TOS platform. Is it just my bearish bias, or are we trying to megaphone? There's increased volatility. Like a little bit. The unfortunate part is these tend to be really bullish at the end of the day. So I'm kind of hoping it breaks down before we get to that part. Hey, they fucking finally sold me those puts. We're definitely going up now. What's up, Popcorn? Can we actually close a day red? Sounds impossible. If we, I think at this point, if we close the day red, people might start having bearish thoughts. There might not ever, the market may never recover. But we were red at one point, and that's what I wanted you to bear witness to. Hmm. Can you guys stop sending me pictures of clowns shoving bananas up their asses? I'm not a bear, but I'm a bear witness. See you later, YouTube Lube. I just want TQQ to close the week above 50 or below 46. Is a 1% QQQ move really much to ask for? Historically, no. I just might do it. I need someone to pull me back off the ledge. I'm considering getting pho for lunch. I don't think I can ever talk to you again. Why don't you do this instead? Do you have a dishwasher at your house? Fill it up with dirty dishes. Okay? Halfway through the cycle, turn it off and just scoop a bowl full of that juice out of the bottom and throw some fucking noodles in it. Maybe a leaf. I don't know. You got a leaf of something? Some basil. No soap. That's the good stuff. You forgot that he's had uncooked and terribly chopped vegetable. Wait, do you have any raw meat that you want to soak in that while you're at it? If you could take some sheets of raw meat and throw that in there too. But after it gets to room temperature. The 4720s are going in the money. They might, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess the Bulls could lose here, but they're trying really hard not to. They're pumping everything. Hmm. Maybe they run out of juice. I think I just puked. Gherkin about to start the second Vietnam War. I didn't think it would come to this, but I'm gonna have to unsubscribe after that L take. I mean, I'll eat banh. That's okay. It's just not the best soup. Everyone like talks it up too much. Then again, Namwa Tea Parlor was delicious. I guess we can call it even. Alright, see, there we go. Remember when I asked if we'd bounce 95 and end at 25? Maybe I'm one of those blind oracle types. Maybe. What if we end at 15 though, and you're just wrong? When does Charmageddon kick in? Tomorrow morning? Fish sauce his mom used to make still burn my nostrils. Fish sauce is awesome. Are there many good Vietnamese places in New York City? Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a ton here in Irvine, and plenty of ramen too. Yeah. Irvine has a lot of good Asian food. Jesus Christ, your take on FUD is worse than your FOMC prediction. No, it's not. And I was right. He didn't cut rates 4.5 times. Fuck you. He also didn't. He also didn't cut rates yesterday. Why is it just? Why just eat miso ramen? What? Maersk says container ship targeted by missile on way to Saudi Arabia. Oh shit. Spicy miso ramen's so much better than pho. Ramen's better than pho. All ramen. Shio, shoyu, miso, all of it. Wrong? What is? What did you get so angry about pho, popcorn? Do they even have pho in Texas? Pho is delicious. No, it's not. Since every option is in the money on every stack, what happens after settlement and no more hedge? Can't they just buy back all the charm in the morning? All 50 billion of it? There was a decent sized one back in November, but it was like 13 billion. And it did get eaten up and supported. 50 billion's a lot. It's gonna be like 60 over the next 2 days. Like if you count the AM and like the Friday expiration. That's a lot of fucking charm. When puts on Zim, probably back when it was like $70. I live in Houston, and you will not disrespect our Vietnamese community. Best fun I ever had in my life was near NASA in Houston. You get stopped out of IWM? No, no. Holding on to it. Tons of Vietnamese folks moved to Houston, Louisiana area after the war. They also made Viet Cajun fusion, which may be the best thing ever. I didn't say anything bad about that. I've never had it. Container ship was hit near Djibouti. We've been to Ichiran. We tried it on our first night in New York City. Best ramen I've ever tasted. It's pretty good. It's not my favorite spot, but it's pretty good. Worst pho I ever had was from fucking good, which more like fucking bad. Would 2 TTE QQQ straddle be enough theta for overnight, or is 1 DTE enough? 1 DTE is probably fine. Here it is, Power Hour. Who wins, the Bulls or the Bears? The Bulls that are out of the money or the Bulls that are in the money? Let's put it that way. Because all the Bears are already dead. That's not a real place. I think it is, actually. Nikuru ramen in Tokyo suburb. Michelin star. Fantastic. That sounds good. There's a place I go to in this city that like my favorite ramen place. It has a Michelin bib gourmand, which is like not a star, but they have good food, kind of thing. How many FTDs on Fubo, BYN, FTDs on BYND tomorrow? Like 400,000? Today was like 74. NTT is fine today, only because of AM expiry. Normally, not so much, right? Yeah. Yeah. Normally, you'd want a little bit more. New Haven ramen is the best in the US. The char makes it flavorful as fuck. They cooking their ramen in coal ovens. Literally every chart you have up looks identical except for VIX. There's some similarities, yeah. The pump is broad. Very, very thin bulls. Ridiculous. Sichuan soups with questionable kinds of meat in it, greater than ramen. Some of them, yeah. Some of those are really good. Have you ever had the one that's like tripe and brisket with chili oil and the rice noodle? That shit's awesome. Or tendon? I think it's tendon, not tripe. It's like beef tendon and beef brisket. I can't believe you let the Bears mess this up. I know. Head and shoulders on IWM? Over the course of the day, sure. Like out on like the 15-minute or the hour. Startup is getting old. Is this kind of repetitive behavior usually punished by the market? Everyone's tried to punish it so many times. When popcorn trader a gorillionaire? $20 inflation hamburgers? I wouldn't mind it breaking down. I'd prefer that to it breaking up, but we keep getting closer to the 47.20 call and further from the 47.10 put. I said poop corn trader. This is what you're talking about. I'm eating before we hang out next time. If this is the stuff you continue insisting on ordering. Wait, what did I order? Have you had beef tendon? Isn't your wife Chinese? Yeah, you can DM me, Joe. Tell me what kind of food you want to eat. I'll tell you the best places to go. Or, well, at least what I think is best. If you ask for pho, though, I'm going to ignore your message. Oh shit, Dork, red candle. Time to buy the dip. Should I buy a 47.20 call here? I have nothing for the upside. QQQ, Nvidia failed. Apple hasn't failed yet. Amazon maybe a little, not Google. AMD. Tesla, trying. Microsoft. Meta's failing. Microsoft was down all day yesterday too. Weird despite the market ups. Yeah. It did not perform well. Kirk, this neutral range is a barren wasteland. Why so big? They bought the dip. They buy every dip. Infinibip. What's this? Jesus Christ, what a mess. I can't even decipher that. Is that a clown taint? Would you stop putting those in the corner of the fucking screenshots? Have you ever used OBV to trade? No. Ew. RSP failing too. Oh, knows my breath. That's what I like to hear. Which direction has that ended? Is that down? Is that down, Dork? Who the fuck knows? It looks down. Yeah, it looks like it's down. It's probably back up again now. Jesus fucking Christ, I hate the stock market. It's so fun. You know what you could be doing instead? You could be sitting in your office, popcorn, staring at that dead lizard stuck to your ceiling fan for hours with your feet up on your desk. Just not a care in the world. Everything in my port is red, but the overall balance is flat day over day. So I guess I traded well today. Do we see a decent pullback on cat? Maybe I wouldn't fuck with it. Shorting cat is just the worst. I'm gonna go hate buy some power tools. Alright. My wife says the more you vape with RSV, the longer it'll take to go away. Well, it looks like I'm gonna have it for a while then. Check clown, I mean DM. Oh, it's back up again. It's okay, I have a call. Why can't the bulls just sell their shit that's in the money? I'm tired of their diamond handing. We're a stubborn breed. No, you're not. You're underwater, Navy nuke. Because of PDT. Because they haven't been punished in literally 7 weeks. They all got punished today. They were buying like 47.50s, 40s. All through the middle of the day, they were buying 47, 30, 35. Where were these bulls in 2021 on GME? Huh. You said if Yellen has to step in and provide treasury liquidity, that would cause other problems. Can you explain? Well, I mean, besides volatility, um, international lack of confidence in U.S. Treasury markets, which are supposed to be, the deepest and most liquid market in the world, right? So it would impact trust, which can lead to more sell off, right? And further worsen any kind of liquidity crunch. Uh, Yields can spike in response. Like they can spike really, really hard. That can force the Fed to step in, and they have to cut rates. Uh, you got margin. Margin would be bouncing all over the place. If the treasury market isn't liquid enough, the Fed has a hard time stepping in to provide any additional liquidity, so it can all fall onto the treasury. Credit ratings can suffer. It can independently drive a recession. It's really bad. That would be very, very bad. It'd blow up pensions and insurance companies. Bulls are gonna get those calls on the money. I mean, I hope so. I have one of them. Or not. Either way, actually. I don't think. Yeah. I missed my chance to go underwater 4700C, 4710. Bear call spread on the dip earlier. Work meeting. Fuck. Hold to expiry tomorrow or cut and roll now. Or we dip below 4700 again. I don't know if we'll go below 4700 again by the end of the day. We could, but I don't know if we will. There's quite a lot of support at 4705 and 4710. So I would at least be aware that that's there. As far as rolling it or cutting it, that's up to you. I mean, if you have another day, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's cash settled, so you can always roll it tomorrow. I do have puts, yeah. I'm glad you finally decided to buy QQQ at the top popcorn trader. Greek, I miss your rosy cheeks. I miss them too. The tightening has now hit home. All work parties, events, travel, conferences, etc. have been canceled, so we don't deliver negative forward guidance next quarter. Oh shit. Can we make an inverse popcorn list? Like an ETF? Maybe. We could call it Kernel. Boo. I had to go to a director for approval on a $50 a month subscription for a dev tool. Clown. I was thinking we call it corn. I don't like it. It already exists. Damn it. Who did you sell it to? Myself. And I was fleeced. Holy shit, I hate this. Let's go like this. Let's do this. Because it's not fucking coming down, right? Do. Dealer Delta is exactly back where it was at the bottom of the drop, Dork. I don't know. Calls at 47.20 are now outnumbered calls at 47.10. Any idea why CBOE is getting wrecked? No? Are financials doing poorly today? Some of them. CME is not doing well either. CME is down 120 BPS. Any more Beyond covering tomorrow? There's more covering on Beyond tomorrow. QQQ all-time highs, end of day. Let's go, America. Unlimited printed money. That's how we do. Consolidate 1 hour. Bip up. Hmm. At least V-days are better than just face melters. I suppose. Ugh. Hmm. Okay, that looks kind of a little more bearish. There's still a lot of call selling going on with the in the money calls. I would say call momentum's kind of dying here, but very, very fucking slow. Fix did a tiny green peen. 47.25 it is. Can IWM go 10% above GM like a stock? Yeah, it did today. They still capture your PT of 13.15, but those 70C are calling me like the OG 45.10 950s. Don't let them. 46.45 end of week. That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. Two plus two from Reg Show on VVIX tomorrow and UVXY. Some rumors of heavy machinery manufacturers pulling back on production projects. Fear of job cuts. Source, friend that might be unemployed next year. Alright. Yeah, I mean, there's still contraction in the manufacturing sector, so I'm not too surprised. Hmm. Are they gonna fucking pump this or what? Calls on VIX are always expensive. It's they're just really mispriced, right? Like their delta's fucked up. It's VIX is not a good instrument to get exposure to volatility right now. No problem. My wife got me an Exodus necktie with a little bell on it. It's cute and fun, but my lunchtime bird stocking has suffered considerably. Have you thought about taking it off during lunch? Have they strategically designed the past hour's price action to keep my 47.20 at a loss with theta decay to punish me for not opening a spread to offset it? Maybe, yeah. I can't get it off. It also has many names and addresses on it in case I wander too far. Oh, okay. Well, it's good that, she's making sure that if you're lost, someone finds you. It's true love, bro. Which is the opposite feeling I have about our current price action. I want to take a nap. What time is it? 3:30? This is bullshit. Fucking ibuprofen's wearing off. I'm getting a fever again. Remind me about apples at 200 again. Reduced guidance. Sleep stream. I love nap time. Not fuck you guys. I'm not doing a sleep stream. Well, there we go. Just sell everything. Go on. Get it out of your system. Give up. So hour and a half trying to get fucking 47.20. Zero DTE strangle on TQQQ? Ballsy. Interesting. You have to zoom in so much for that candle to look like it's something. I mean, it's $2. How Gherkin is talking right now is how to attack to my positions all the time. Oh, hey, look, a dip buy. Yep. Fucking shit almost broke the trend. That was scary. How's Beyond looking? I don't know. Below gamma neutral. Oh shit. Lower high? I made $10 on that drop. I'm so good. This is fucking ridiculous. Alright, world's tiniest bear flag. Breakdown. Oh, you piece of shit. Rutrow, economic expansion over. Don't ask me how much money I churned today to make $30. I won't. It's like one tick on an SPX contract. These candles look smaller than a T-Rex's arms. They're quite tiny. But if I zoom out to like a normal range, you can't. It's too hard. You can't see them. So I have to zoom all the way in. How's USD JPY? 141.80 right now. Still chopping around the same fucking level. It's on a downtrend again, but no real difference, right? It's mostly been trading in the same range all day. This is where I want to see it go. And that's where I really want to see it go. Back to here, this range. Nice and healthy. Vibrant Japanese economy here. Shit, Japanese economy here. Would you hold the video overnight or cut puts because theta will bleed? I have spreads, so I don't really care about theta. Bear's gonna show up end of day? I don't know, maybe. Or like bulls might give up end of day. That's really what we'd be seeing here. It's not really so much bears showing up. Would you hold the video overnight or cut? I mean, it's been years and years for them. True. If Japan's economy do good U.S. economy not the best in the world is illegal. The U.S. economy would still be the biggest in the world by a long shot. How can I expose myself to JPY and WeBull? There's YCL, which is inverse or leveraged ETF, and then there's FXY, which just tracks the exchange rate from the end. But less biggest illegal. Okay, fair. You're right. Oh, fucking dull. On futures, this actually looks bearish. It looks like it's failing. Which means that we should rip anytime now. Right back up. One of those two. How's oil doing? 71.65. That was a nice bounce back. Dow's still up. NQ's negative on the day. I wish it was more negative. It is negative. Dollar's down almost 100 BPS. Jesus Christ. Euro and the pound are up hard against the dollar today. Look at J-Pound his cuts. What an idiot. Was it finally time to short NVIDIA? NVIDIA? You said it wrong. You could if you want to. If it breaks down through 40 or 463, it could really start falling pretty quick. Can we call JPOW a cuck? Yeah, we do that like almost every day. Jesus fucking Christ, just let it dump already. It's such a tease. Who knows a lot about business? Yeah, I'm still sick. SPX is trying to close at intraday lows. Hmm. Holy cow. Cat up $18. 16. Yeah. I hate it when I cannot find my lines on trading views. I wish there was a way to find which chart it was on. You can look through your saved ones. Bulls week, no stampede at all. I don't know. We haven't lost 47.10 yet. I don't trust it. We need to cover that Phantom Planet song for V days, right back where we started from. California, here we come. Okay. I don't know that song. Ooh, Futures is starting to fail. Where can I find the mayo and Weeble? You have to milk it. Hmm. Russia handed Europe itself over on a silver platter, and now people don't want to give Ukraine weapons. Are they slow? They're cheap. They don't want to get directly involved with in a ground war, and Russia's Russia's right now kind of getting ahead in the war of attrition. So that's a tricky situation to solve. That's the problem with being the West's proxy army, though, right? Is that if you're not winning, they're not interested. Jeez, puts are expensive. They're not cheap. Tesla failing? Let me see. A little bit. I mean, it's still above 250 though. It hasn't fallen back into its trend. Hey, hey, hey. Voldemort got 2 new yachts and a nice mansion in Florida. He's definitely winning. Any significant data tomorrow? I think we have PMI. PMI is important. That's in the morning. Why would you expect puts to be cheap when VIX is at an eye-watering height of 1240? Front page full of Wall Street bullshit, gain porn, chanting JPA's name in the comments. The top is in. That comment was hard to uncensor. Anything to consider on YCL if I want to take advantage of the yen gaining? Just play options, or shares decent too. And YCL is leveraged, so there's going to be decay. So your gains have to be persistent enough to offset the decay, at which point, you might not make anything in the end. But if it runs really hard, you make a lot of money. All right, let's get another one of those $13 drops in 4 minute kind of thing. Probably not. Probably just very much stuck here. I will say they gave up on the 47.25s. They've still got some 47.20 calls. 47.10 looks like where they're trying to pin things. I don't think we see 47.05. Well, let me check tomorrow's expiration and see what's going on there. TLT is actually mooning. Money flowing out of equities for real now. Gains are in bonds. I said it before. 2024 is going to be the year of the bond. The meme bond. Can you give a quick GME update? Looks like it's still index supported. Hold on. Let me take a look at something else here. Failed the high. Mid caps are weird. I really don't know how mid caps are performing with all of this. it's liquid. Jimmy's got plenty of liquidity. Looks like they shorted a little bit with XRT today. Or they covered a little bit on XRT, a little bit more on XRT today, which is kind of interesting. Maybe XRT is not fully covered. Like the underlying definitely is, but maybe there's still some. XRT has its dividend next week, so yeah, it's possible there's still a little bit of covering left on XRT. But the underlying and IJH are still very, very liquid. I would expect that once like index flows slow or reverse, GME will just fall. It doesn't have anything, like it doesn't have like big covering to do. There's nothing to like push it above gamma max. There's some shorter dated call interest that's, you know, the second it runs out of the money it'll capitulate. Yeah, they're really trying to distribute out that fucking, what a load of horse shit. How are we looking, Dork? God, that's insufferable. I'm waiting for it to load for tomorrow. 4,700's pretty well defended tomorrow morning. 47, 20, 25 have some interest. Not much above that. That's most of the interest on the chain at this point. Very little downside support on the gamma's pretty flat from 4,700 down to 4,600 for the Jan expiration. There's a little bit of call interest at 4,750, 4,800. That might just mostly be sold. And not too different of a setup that we saw than what we saw today. Excuse me. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. General's up. Closes up 5%. This is their big push. Trying to get their 2 sigma move into close. They're gonna beef it. Zero GT has ruined the market. I like them. Any thoughts on the latest Siri news and why it's been climbing steadily? No, I haven't really looked into the merger stuff yet, but I'm sure that has something to do with it. It's very illiquid still and super over short. 9 minutes to get the 47.20 in the money. You can do it, Bulls. Better do it before you get dragged out back by Charmadillo. Well, the problem right now is the 47.15 and the 47.20 are out of the money, and the market maker is dumping the hedge on them. So they need to push a little harder, or they're just gonna lose the whole thing. Yeah, looks like they're losing their foothold there. Is the video today looking bullish or just following the index? It kind of looks like shit. Like, that doesn't particularly look good, right? The market's been unhealthy since COVID. Yeah. Ooh, a little VIX spike into close? What's that? Pooty toots? VIX close above 1250? I've been on a loop in class the last 3 days. Is there still some good potential beyond, or are they covered? They haven't covered. The last 2 days just didn't have any covering. So we're just chop. Tomorrow it starts to pick up again, and then it ramps up through next week. Although if IW dumps, I'm not really sure what's going to happen with it. Is this a rounded bottom breakout? No. It's not even... It's the opposite direction. This is the round part. Rounded top breakdown. Fuck you, Carl. Oh, the worst price to close at. Later, pudding flaps. I'm strangled, but I'm strangled 3-1. So 3 puts, 1 call. I entered it probably too early today, but whatever. I hate the Bulls more than I hate my life. Why do you hate your life? There better be a nap in your future, young man. I'll have my wife come over to tuck you in. Thanks, Carl. I need it. Think we get a gap down tonight? We could. It's a lot of charm falling off. We'll see how it goes. Cause I stubbed my toe earlier. Oh, that's terrible. Did you fuck the nail up? This is it, Dork. 1 minute 30 seconds to 47:20. Ah, bastard. Ding ding. Day is done. God, the Bulls are so annoying. Hey, at least all their 47/20s expired worthless. That's kind of cool, right? Alright, anyway. Let's take a look. So we closed kind of flat on the day. I guess up 27 BPS. Day over day, but we closed a little lower than open. Open was at 47.2485. Yeah. So open over close actually down on the day, but close over close up. Yes, back at 47.75, the most annoying price in the world. It took most of the day for it to break down from here, so I'm glad to see that we've made it back. Nothing like one big fat end of day pump to stabilize everything. Commodities up again today, a little more significantly, 2.24%. It's one of the biggest overnight moves I've seen commodities in a while. Dixie down 94 basis points, alongside yields, which have been dropping for the majority of the day. The 10-year, 20 and 30 getting hit the hardest at the end of today, losing 11, 13, and 14.7 points respectively. The 2 years down to 4.382. The 10 years almost under 3.8, which is pretty fucking crazy. Core 1 month. Hold on, I gotta fix this chart. So correlation on the 3 and 1 month, both down today. still seeing increased volatility in equities and decreased volatility in indexes. Definitely a lot of leaning into the dispersion trade today. After the massive blowout yesterday, it looks like volatility yields are kind of turning around a little bit, but not much. And USD JPY continues to drop. Move, I don't know what that's going to look like for today, but I would expect bond volatility would be up given how hard yields have been dropping. Maybe not. Core down. Skews kind of topping out again. Skews at 32. So we're kind of getting that level where bigger and bigger, like 1 and 2 and 3 sigma moves are going to have higher probability. VIX correlation's improving a bit, but still very, very negative. Now in 89.66% of the S&P back over its 20-day moving average. And USD JPY 141.84. It's down 72 basis points on the day. We're still looking for that to break that 141.60 resistance, and then we'd be looking to 138.10 after that. GME closed up today about 5%, I think, 4.49. I still think this is getting mostly floated on the back of short-dated calls and the upside in the indexes. I don't really think anything's being covered here. There's any actual interest in GME itself. So I would expect at the first opportunity for this to push back against the very light call buying that's occurred, it will, and the price will probably go down pretty quickly. Upstart kind of got locked up around 15% above Gamma Max today and just sat there. No significant improvements after the bounce. Looks like it's dropping a little bit in after hours. Still really just risky to play. I don't think shorts are ready to get squeezed out here. And I don't really feel like Gamma Max is moving substantially higher. So, yeah, it's just kind of caught in limbo. You could try to play it, but the problem with that is it can lose like $10 in a candle. It's very, very illiquid. Looks like Fubo actually ended up, so it still closed the day above 350. There's a little bit of expansion in liquidity over the last 4 days, but no signs of any intentional covering, kind of just forced covering. This could change after OPEX. I would like to see it get a little bit more illiquid, but it doesn't always. Sometimes Fubo's tips don't cross. And if that's the case, it may be setting up for a move to like 4 or 5. So something to think about. Top, again, no covering, but price, a little bit of price improvement. Well, in after hours, I guess, on the day. It did actually make a new high today of 2020, but ultimately pulled back under $2. Still no covering there. Still being shorted. I think once we see covering there, though, it's really got the potential to move. BYND. So they managed to keep beyond below gamma neutral today, for the most part, which was at 10:56. Today's the last day with like no forced covering. Tomorrow and so Friday and Monday both have about 500,000, roughly 400,000 a day in forced covering, which is, about 5 times more than what we saw today. And then after that, going into the middle of next week, it ramps up to 800,000, 1 million shares a day that need to be covered. So I think this is not only still in a really good position to move more, but the forced covering coming in could really have a big effect. BBBY is not a stock. All right, that's it. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Sorry for the annoyance. No, it's only the 580th time you've asked me about NVIDIA today. Back under 476. Ideally. Later, guys. Have a good night, everyone.